Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos. Today I'm bringing you a brand new story. What if the Black family raised Harry and Hermione? If you enjoy long-form Potter what-ifs, please hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss a new tale from the cosmos. Stick around to the end, this one has heart, teeth, and a snowy owl or two. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The House of Black Reborn. The rain came down on Godric's Hollow in sheets, turning the lane into a ribbon of black glass. Sirius Black stood at the broken gate of the cottage with his wand raised so tightly his knuckles had gone white. Smoke rose from the roof. A piece of the nursery wall had been blown outward into the hedge, and through the gap he could see a mobile of tiny silver stars spinning very slowly, as if the air itself had forgotten how to breathe. "James," he whispered, because even saying it louder than that felt like it would tear something. "James, you idiot, where are you?" He crossed the threshold and the smell hit him, burnt wood, burnt wool, and beneath it all the copper sweetness of blood. He stepped over a knocked-down coat rack. He stepped over a child's toy broomstick, snapped clean in half. He did not look down at the stairs where James lay with his glasses crooked on his forehead, because if he looked he would never look away again, and there were other things to do first. The baby was crying somewhere above him. Sirius took the stairs two at a time, wand leading, and burst into a nursery that had no ceiling anymore. The sky was where the ceiling had been. Rain fell in thin cold needles onto Lily Potter's hair, and Sirius made himself look at her, made himself note the empty, open eyes, because she deserved to be seen. Then he turned and saw the cot. Harry was sitting up. 1-year-old Harry, in a blue sleep suit, with a fresh cut on his forehead the shape of a lightning bolt and a face blotched purple with screaming. When he saw Sirius he stopped crying so abruptly that the silence made Sirius stagger. "Pad-foo," Harry said. Then, with the weary affront of a small person who has had quite enough, "Pad-foo." "I know, pup." Sirius's hands were shaking as he reached into the cot. "I know. I'm here. Come here. Come on. I've got you." He lifted Harry out, and the boy's small warm body pressed into his ribs, and a sound came out of Sirius that was not quite a word and not quite a sob. He pressed his mouth against Harry's damp hair. "I've got you. I've got you. It's all right. It's all right." It wasn't, of course. Nothing in that house was all right. But the child had to believe it was, and so Sirius said the lie 3 more times, until his voice sounded like his own again. He was halfway down the stairs with Harry in his arms when he heard the motorbike. Not his motorbike, though his motorbike was parked in the lane. Another one. A bigger one. It came with a pounding of hooves that was not hooves at all but the blood in his own ears. Rubeus Hagrid filled the doorway like a storm that had misplaced its cloud. He had tears frozen in his beard. He saw Sirius and the baby and opened his mouth to bellow, and Sirius saw, very clearly, the thing that would have happened if he had arrived 5 minutes later, or 10. Hagrid would have taken the child. Hagrid had come for the child. On whose instruction Sirius did not have to guess. "Hagrid," Sirius said, and his voice came out low and dangerous, the voice of the man his mother had tried to make him. "Put your hands where I can see them." "Sirius?" Hagrid blinked. "Sirius Black, yeah, whose orders?" "Professor Dumbledore's, o' course." Said the boys to go to his aunt and uncle. Said it were important. Said, "Is Dumbledore his godfather?" Hagrid's mouth worked. "No, but, am I?" "Sirius, am I his godfather, Hagrid?" "Yeah, Hagrid said miserably. "Then he goes with me. We will have a civil conversation with the headmaster about the rest. Tonight, however, I am taking my godson home." It said something about Sirius Black, or perhaps about the way he stood on those stairs with a baby in one arm and a wand in the other, that Hagrid, who had once lifted a fully grown thestral over a wall, did not argue. He stepped aside. Sirius walked out of the ruined cottage into the rain and did not look back. He didn't take Harry home, not right away. Home that night was a wedge of dry stone under a bridge, because he needed to think and he needed to be somewhere nobody would find him until he had thought. He sat on a flat rock with his godson curled against his chest and watched the river Cam run black past his boots. "I need you to stay very quiet for a little while, pup," he said. Harry, who had fallen into the deep, gasping sleep of a child who has cried himself out, did not disagree. "I have to work out who did this. Not who cast the curse. I know who did that. I have to work out who told him where you were." He swallowed. Rain dripped from his fringe and into Harry's hair. "Because your father trusted me, and your mother trusted me, and someone in our circle told him. And I think it might have been me." Harry did not wake. Which was a mercy, because the part Sirius said next he could hardly bear to say out loud. "I made him secret keeper. I thought I was being clever. I thought nobody would suspect him." He closed his eyes. "Peter. Peter, you small miserable rat. Oh, I hope you're halfway to France already. Because if I find you tonight I will do it in front of your mother." In the end, he didn't find Peter that night. Nor the next. Nor the next. For 10 days Peter Pettigrew was the most wanted man in magical Britain, and for 10 days Sirius Black was a ghost who stalked the muggle sewers of London with a toddler in a wool coat too big for him, and who only came up for potatoes. It was Andromeda who found them both. She wasn't an Auror, and she had no business hunting fugitives, but she was a Black, which meant she had grown up memorizing all of the family's secret places, and she had a cousin to track down. She found Sirius in a disused tube station in Whitechapel, where he had curled himself in dog form around Harry and was watching the tunnels with the patient, unblinking attention of a sheepdog. "Get up," she said, when Padfoot lifted his head. "You look ridiculous. Also the child has a fever." "He does not," Sirius said, changing back and getting an immediate slap to the ear for it. "He has a fever and you stink and we are going to my house right now, Sirius, and we are going to have a wash and some soup and then you are going to tell me exactly why the Daily Prophet is currently reporting that you are the one who handed Lily and James to him." "They're what?" "Oh, good. You didn't know." They went to Andromeda's house, which was a tidy Muggle cottage in Oxfordshire with a front garden full of lavender and a child of its own, small Dora with her turquoise hair and her capacity to turn her nose into a beak the moment her mother looked away. Ted Tonks, a large calm dentist's son who had married into a dynasty of madmen, made tea and did not ask questions. Andromeda washed the baby. Sirius fell asleep in the armchair and woke to find Harry asleep on his chest and Andromeda watching them both with a complicated expression that had all the old wounds of the Black family in it. "You can't keep him like this," she said. "I can," said Sirius. "I will. Not on the run. Not with the whole country baying for your blood. Sirius, listen to me. They're going to send you to Azkaban. Then we set the record straight. We don't have Pettigrew. Then we get Pettigrew." Andromeda, who had always known her cousin to speak very confidently about things he had no earthly idea how to accomplish, sighed and poured him more tea. "I will help you," she said. "I'll help you because the child will not grow up like we grew up. Not in that house. Not under that portrait. My mother is dead. Her portrait isn't." Sirius considered this for a long, tired moment. Then he smiled. It was the first real smile he had worn since Godric's Hollow, and it was not a nice one. "You know what, Andy? Let's evict her." Getting Peter Pettigrew took 7 weeks. It took 7 weeks because Peter was a rat in the literal sense and rats are very hard to find if they don't want to be found, and it took 7 weeks because Sirius, who could have accomplished it in 48 hours by himself if he had been willing to burn down all of Knockturn Alley, was being supervised by a cousin who insisted on due process. In the end Peter was discovered sharing cheese rinds with a family of 11 in Ottery St. Catchpole, and it was a red-haired 8-year-old named Charlie Weasley who noticed that one of his little brother's rats had 5 toes on the left forepaw and a missing toe on the right. The trial, a closed Wisengamot sitting, because by then the ministry was so deeply embarrassed that they would have been happy to do it in a broom cupboard, returned a unanimous verdict. Peter Pettigrew for the Potters. Peter Pettigrew for the 13 muggles he had killed in the street to cover his escape. Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban, where the Dementors would eventually take something out of him so essential that when the guard opened his cell one morning in 1992 they would find only a very old and very frightened rat. None of that last part, of course, was known on the day Sirius Black walked out of the ministry holding Harry Potter in his arms and the world wrote his name back in ink. Andromeda had meant what she said about the portrait. Sirius moved into number 12, Grimmauld Place, on a morning so bright and cold that it felt offensive to the house, which had always preferred cloud. He brought Harry in a small carrier on his chest. He brought a tin of biscuits from Andromeda, because she was of the firm opinion that the first thing any black child should eat in their ancestral home was something a black had never baked. He brought a bottle of wine, a length of black velvet, and a stubby little knife his father had given him when he was 11 and he had promptly used to carve his initials into the banister. He stood in the hall of his parents' house in front of his mother's portrait. She started screeching the moment the curtain was drawn. Traitor. Filth. Half-blood lover. Blood traitor. What is that child? Hello, mother. The Potter brat. You have brought a Potter into my, he's going to live here. We're going to live here. All of us. You're going to meet your great-nephew, too, when Andromeda brings him round for Sunday lunch. That's the Tonks boy, you remember, the Muggle. And we're going to have Nymphadora over for sleepovers. Over my corpse. Funny you should mention that. He drew the knife. He had expected to be nervous. He was not. He had not been nervous for a single thing since the night the rain had fallen on Godric's Hollow, because everything he was afraid of had already happened, and what was left was only work. He cut the cloth. Not the canvas, you couldn't damage the canvas, the charms would stop you, but the wall behind it, which was plaster over old lath, and lath was only wood. He cut, and he prized, and he pulled. Walburga Black, still screeching, came down wall and all, trailing a cloud of pink plaster dust and a 2-century accumulation of mouse droppings. Sirius carried the portrait, frame, wall, and all, out of the house, down the area steps, into the small back garden, and laid it reverently in the middle of the lawn. Then he poured the wine on it, draped the black velvet, and set fire to the lot. It burned for an hour. Harry, in the carrier, watched the flames with the grave attention of a very small person who is considering offering an opinion and has not yet decided what it is. When the fire guttered out, Sirius picked up a handful of the ashes and rubbed them into the front step of his childhood home, and said, in Latin that his mother had made him memorize at 6, "Rest and be silent, you evil old cow." The house rang, for the first time in its history, with the sound of a baby laughing. 2 years passed. 3. Harry took his first steps on the black and white tiles of the Grimmauld kitchen, hand held by Dora Tonks, who was pretending her hair was on fire because Harry thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Harry learned the word Moony before he learned the word mummy, which was something that broke Sirius's heart and mended it again every time Remus Lupin came for supper and the boy flung himself into the werewolf's arms shouting, "Manuni." Harry learned to fly a toy broom and flew it straight into an ancestral tapestry of Nagini, which Sirius had been looking for an excuse to take down for years. Harry learned to say, no, to the house-elf creature, who had been brought round to his new duties by the simple expedient of Andromeda spending 3 days in the kitchen cooking the elf's favorite stews and refusing to hit him for any reason whatsoever. Creature, who had expected abuse the way a fish expects water, experienced the absence of abuse as a kind of ecstatic religious conversion, and pledged his life to the half-blood Potter boy and the treacherous Master Sirius. It was not quite the sweet ending one might have hoped for, but it was, Sirius thought, progress. In the summer Harry turned 5, Sirius got another call from Andromeda at 3 in the morning. "There's been an attack," she said, and her voice had the flatness Sirius associated with the war. "Our office pulled me in as a healer." "Sirius, it's another one of them." "Another what?" "Another raid. They're hitting Muggle-born registrations." Somebody's leaked the names of magical children in Muggle households, a list from the improper use office. These ones, Sirius. These ones were masked, but they knew what they were about. I think it's Lestrange men. I think my sister's lunatics are out of the woodwork. Bella's in Azkaban. Rabaston and Rodolphius aren't all of them. Cousin. There's a child. Sirius was already pulling on his boots. Where? Hampstead. A dentist's family. The parents are dead. The girl, alive? Hiding. I'm coming. He sidelonged to Hampstead with Remus behind him and Auror back up 2 heartbeats after, and what he found was a small, very tidy semi-detached with a smashed window and a shattered television and 2 people on the kitchen floor who had died defending a chair. Behind the chair was a cupboard. In the cupboard was a girl of 5, with brown hair and brown eyes and a front tooth missing, and she had both hands clamped over her mouth so she wouldn't cry. When Sirius knelt down, she did not look at him. She looked at his wand. My name is Sirius, he said. My cousin Andromeda sent me. She's the one with the pink hair. Her daughter has pink hair, said the girl, with terrifying precision. Andromeda Tonks has brown hair. I looked her up at the library. Sirius stared. Then he laughed, a startled, delighted bark of a laugh that almost broke in the middle. Well. You did your reading. Her daughter's hair is whatever color she wants it to be, as a matter of fact. What's yours? Brown, said the girl, with some dignity. I meant your name. Hermione Jean Granger, and I'm 5, and my parents are dead. She said it the way one might read off a form, because saying it the way one felt it would have broken her in half. They were dentists. And I think they were very brave, but one of them set the sofa on fire, so I don't know. They were very brave, said Sirius. Hermione. I want to ask you a very important question. Would you like to come with me to my house, which is quite dark and full of strange things but has very good biscuits, and meet my son, who is also 5 and is very loud, and then later we can talk about who your family is and where you might want to live? Is your son a wizard? He's going to be. I think I'm a witch. I know you are, love. That's why they came. Oh. She considered this. Then she said, yes. I would like a biscuit. He put out his hand. She took it. She did not cry until they were half a mile away, and then she cried so hard that she soaked the shoulder of his coat, and he walked with her in his arms and did not try to stop her, because he had not tried to stop himself either, once, and it had helped. They did not adopt her that night. They couldn't. She had an aunt, a fretful woman in Crawley who was a squib and who had not spoken to her sister in 10 years because of some feud over a teapot, and the aunt had to be consulted, and the Ministry's Office for Magical Child Welfare had to be consulted, and the aunt had to be told that her sister was dead and had to weep, and Hermione had to meet her, and Hermione's aunt had to try, for 3 weeks, to raise a small girl whose hair stuck up in a storm every time she was startled. And whose bedside lamp exploded on the first night and whose books began to hum when she wanted them to. The aunt was a good woman. She did her best. At the end of 3 weeks she took Hermione to a tea room in Diagon Alley to meet Mrs. Tonks, because Mrs. Tonks had written to her, and she had sat down across from Andromeda and said, I love her. I can't do this. Will you take her? Andromeda had taken both her hands. We will all take her. You will be her aunt. You will come for Christmases. You will come for her birthday. And you will know where she is. Hermione came to live at Grimmauld Place on a Sunday. Harry, who had been told for the whole of Saturday that a girl was coming and that he was not, under any circumstances, to put a frog in her bed, put a frog in her bed approximately 12 minutes after she arrived. Hermione removed the frog from the bed, put it into a glass with a bit of water and a very polite note reading, You belong outside. And carried both to the garden. Then she came back inside, went into Harry's room, and put an ice cube down the back of his shirt. Oh, said Sirius, from the doorway. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. Pads. Padfoot. They're going to kill us. Said Remus, who was reading the prophet in the hall. Yes. And yet. Harry, shrieking and hopping, came hurrying out of his bedroom, collided with Hermione, considered her for a long, cold, bright-eyed second, and then offered her his second favorite biscuit. Hermione took it. She broke it in half. She gave half back. Truce, said Harry. Truce, said Hermione. But I will always win. Rude, said Harry, delighted. From the kitchen Andromeda called, dinner in 10. Harry, Hermione, wash your hands, and Sirius, your elf has just told me you were going to let them have chocolate biscuits for dinner, and if you do that again I am taking the lot of you to my house and putting Ted in charge. Yes, Mrs. Tonks, said 3 voices, perfectly in unison, from 3 different rooms. It became, very quickly, the pattern of their lives. Breakfast in the black and white kitchen that Sirius had forced into something bright with yellow curtains and a long pine table. Lessons in the drawing room with Remus, because Remus insisted that no child of Lily Evans was going to Hogwarts unable to do long division. Rough and tumble in the garden with Padfoot, because Harry liked to ride the big black dog around the lawn like a very patient horse and Hermione liked to stand on his back and pretend she was conducting an orchestra. Visits from Dora, who was 7 years older than them and regarded them both as her little siblings with the ferocity of a woman 3 times her size. Visits from Andromeda, who took one look at Creature's wardrobe and declared that no elf of hers was going to go about in a pillowcase, and made him a set of smocks out of an old curtain. Visits from Ted, who taught Harry to bait a fish hook and taught Hermione Muggle chemistry out of a textbook he had stolen from his cousin who was a teacher. And, less often, visits from Narcissa. Narcissa Malfoy came for the first time on a grey Tuesday in spring, with her small pale son at her hip and her mouth set in the line of a woman who has had an argument with her husband and intends to win it by doing something he specifically forbade. She wore grey, because her sister had just been executed in Azkaban, and she wore her hair up, because she was a black and she was on black ground and she was not going to slouch, thank you. She stood in the doorway of Grimmauld Place and said to her cousin, I have read the papers and I have decided to disapprove of you. But my son is a black by blood and this house is his inheritance as much as yours. He will meet his cousins. And he will call them cousins in my house, whatever my husband calls them. Sirius, who had been a lot of things in his life but had never been embraced by his cousin Narcissa, stood there like a scarecrow while she did it. Then he cleared his throat. Sissy, he said. Welcome home. Biscuit? No. Tea? Yes. Andy's already put the kettle on. I see. Your manners are not quite as dreadful as I had feared. Come through. Draco. Come on, little cousin, there's a boy your age, he won't bite, he might bore you to death telling you about dragons, but I'll be right here. Draco Malfoy, pale and rigid and about as unsure of himself as a small boy in a velvet coat can possibly be, tiptoed across the threshold and looked up at Sirius with wide grey eyes. Then Harry galloped down the hall with his hair on end and said, Oh. New cousin. Can you do this? And turned an extremely wobbly cartwheel. Then Hermione came down the hall behind him and said, Harry, you're going to put out your own eye, stop that, hello, you must be Draco, my name is Hermione, would you like to see my reading books, and took Draco's hand. And Draco, who was going to grow up to be a complicated person, followed her into the drawing room with an expression of perfect astonishment, as if someone had handed him a very large invitation he hadn't known he was allowed to open. Narcissa, watching, took Sirius's arm. You have, she said, with the careful precision of a woman willing herself not to cry, done something remarkable with this house. Yeah, well, said Sirius. I had help. Your cousin, she said. And the werewolf. And the elf, as it happens. Don't let Creature hear you call him anything else. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, you'll see. They walked through into the drawing room where three children were gravely discussing the comparative merits of the tales of Beedle the Bard and a Muggle book called Matilda, and Narcissa Malfoy, who had come for tea with a head full of grievance, sat down on her dead aunt's sofa and listened to her son laugh for the first time in 11 months. Later that night, after the Malfoys had gone and the children were asleep and Creature was wearing his smock and complaining in low tones about the dust, Sirius sat on the stairs with Remus and drank a glass of wine and watched the moon come up through the fanlight. "You are," said Remus, "entirely the wrong man for this. I know. You can't cook. I know. You shout at the newspaper. I know. You are also," said Remus, "exactly the right man for this." Sirius looked down into his glass. "Tell me the truth, Moony. Is he going to be all right?" "Harry." "Yes." "Really?" "He's going to be more than all right. He's going to be fierce and funny and complicated, and he's going to know, every day of his life, that he was wanted. Both of them are. Hermione, she's going to be a force of bloody nature, Sirius, and if you don't set aside 20 galleons a week starting now for her book bills, you are going to regret it." Sirius laughed, and tipped his head back against the banister, and closed his eyes. Upstairs, in a room with a painting of stars on the ceiling that Andromeda had charmed to move, a boy with a lightning bolt scar turned over in his sleep, and a girl with a broken front tooth, lately replaced, to her mother's professional delight, reached across the space between their beds and caught his hand. They slept like that sometimes. Nobody made them stop. In Wiltshire, a man in a black robe received a very small, very private report from a very small, very private informant, and learned for the first time that the Potter boy was not, as he had believed for 5 years, wasting away in a cupboard under the stairs in Surrey. He read the report twice. He set it down. He poured himself a glass of brandy and stood looking at the fire, and he said nothing at all, not for a long time. Lucius Malfoy had believed, for 5 years, that when the Dark Lord returned, and he was going to return, the signs were plain to anyone who knew where to look, the Potter boy would be an orphan and a broken thing and easily dispatched. He had not factored in Sirius Black. He had been negligent. That would have to be addressed. He went upstairs to where his wife should have been, and she was not there, because she had gone to Grimmauld Place for tea without telling him. He looked at her empty dressing table for a long time. Then he went back down to his study and he wrote a letter, with his own hand, on paper that had no watermark, and he sent it by an owl that did not belong to him, to a man in Albania whom he had not contacted in 9 years. The letter said, "He is not where we were told. He is with Black. Begin the work of coming home." And at Grimmauld Place, a small girl with brown hair, still half asleep, whispered something into her brother's hand, and he whispered something back, and the house that had once hated them kept their secrets. There had, of course, been the matter of Dumbledore. Sirius had not forgotten. Sirius had, with the grim satisfaction of a man who has been practicing his speech, gone to the headmaster's office 3 days after the Pettigrew trial, and sat down opposite the greatest wizard of the age, and said, "You sent Hagrid for him." "I did," Dumbledore had said. He did not apologize. Dumbledore very rarely apologized, because Dumbledore was very rarely wrong, and on the occasions when he tended to prefer fixing the mistake to explaining it. He had looked at Sirius for a long time over the tops of his spectacles. Then he had said, "Sirius, I must ask you to listen very carefully to what I am about to say. And I must ask you to keep it to yourself, even from Remus, for a time, because it is a thing I have only just come to understand. Try me. Voldemort is not gone." Sirius had very carefully not laughed. "I had suspected. His body is gone. His will is not. I do not know yet where he is, but I know that he will return, and when he returns he will come first for Harry. There is a protection at Petunia Dursley's house. A blood protection, because Lily's sacrifice was of the blood. If Harry grew up there, in the home of his mother's blood, he would be sheltered from Voldemort's reach in ways that no other ward can offer. And he would also grow up, said Sirius, with a woman who called Lily a freak for 11 years, and a husband who calls magical people worms. I know Petunia Dursley. Lily wrote me about Petunia Dursley. That is not a home. That is a cage with curtains. You wanted to lock my godson in a cage. I wanted, said Dumbledore, to keep him alive. So do I. Sirius had leaned forward. But I also want him to know who he is. And I can make him safe, Albus. The Black House has protections older than your blood ward. Andromeda is a healer. Remus is, Remus. He will have a family. And if the Dark Lord comes, he will come back to a boy who is not, as you would have had him, a hollow thing. He will come back to a boy who has been loved. And that, as a friend of mine once told me, is a kind of armor in itself. Dumbledore had regarded him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he had smiled. It was a tired smile, the smile of an old man who had been ready to bear a weight and who had just been gently relieved of some small part of it. Very well, he had said. But I will ask you to visit Privet Drive once a year, with the boy, if only for an hour, so that the blood ward remains active. For when it is needed. Once a year. I can do that. And Sirius, raise him well. I'll raise him like his father. Who was, Sirius had added, with a sudden fierce pride, the best man I ever knew. I know, said Dumbledore. I taught him. That had been 4 years ago. They had gone to Privet Drive every summer since. It was a horrible hour, conducted largely in silence on two sides of a kitchen table, while Petunia looked at Harry with the expression of a woman confronted with her dead sister's face, and Vernon Dursley went very red and said nothing, and Dudley Dursley, who had already begun to resemble a small aggrieved cannonball, sat in the corner staring at Harry as if he were a zoo animal. Harry hated it. Hermione, once she had joined them, treated it the way she treated everything she hated, which was to bring a book. The second year, when Vernon Dursley had reached for that book, Hermione had said, without looking up, "Please do not touch it. My mother bought it for me. If you touch it I'm afraid I won't like you." Vernon had retracted his hand very carefully. Petunia, from the counter, had snorted, which was the closest she had ever come to laughing in Sirius's presence. Dudley had, for an instant, looked impressed. On the way home that year, on the night bus, Harry had sat with his nose pressed against the window and said, quietly, so that only Sirius could hear, "Pads. Is that where I would have grown up?" "Yes, pup. Without you. Without me. Without Hermione. Without Hermione." Harry had considered this for a long, grave moment. Then he had leaned his head against Sirius's shoulder and said, "Then I'm glad you were there." "So am I, pup. I would have been very unhappy." "Yes, you would. Hermione would have been unhappy too. Somewhere else. She would. I'm going to tell her that when we get home. I'm going to tell her that in a different world we would both have been unhappy, and so it is very important we stay together in this one. You do that." When they got home, Harry did exactly that. Hermione, who was 9 and had recently discovered formal logic, considered this proposition for several minutes and then said, "Yes. In the strictest sense, that world does not exist. We only have this one. So we should be kind in this one. That's what the counterfactual means." And then she hugged him, which was not a very counterfactual thing to do, but it was what Harry had been waiting for. The work of Harry and Hermione's childhood was, in truth, the work of learning how to be a family. There had been rough patches. There had been a phase where Hermione, grieving in her small formal way, refused to speak for 9 days, and Sirius had nearly lost his nerve, and Remus had sat beside her and simply read aloud from Le Petit Prince until she began, at last, to cry. There had been the first full moon, when Hermione had discovered that Remus turned into a wolf, and Harry had discovered that Hermione did not yet know this, and there had been a conversation in the kitchen in which a 7-year-old explained, with exquisite care, what lycanthropy was and why it was not contagious by tea, and why it was not Remus's fault, and why, all in all, Remus was in fact the kindest man in the house except possibly Ted, but Ted was a dentist and therefore had an unfair advantage. Remus, sitting on the stairs listening to all of this, had cried into Sirius's shoulder for half an hour and then come down and made everyone pancakes. There had been the great broom incident, in which Harry at age 6 had discovered the old family broomstick in the attic and flown it out of a window. There had been the great potion incident, in which Hermione at age 7 had made a perfectly correct boil-cure potion out of curiosity and had then, out of subsequent curiosity, added pepper to see what happened, and the entire kitchen had had to be repainted. There had been the incident with the doxies, which was entirely Creature's fault. There had been the first time Sirius saw Hermione do wandless magic. She had been reading by the fire, and a log had tumbled out onto the rug, and without looking up she had extended one small hand and said, "No, go back," and the log had rolled back into the fire, and Sirius had had to leave the room and stand in the hall for 10 minutes because his eyes would not stop watering. And there had been, of course, the Weasleys. The Weasleys had come into their life by way of a very formal letter from a woman named Molly, who had written to Sirius to say that her son Charlie had been the one to find Pettigrew, had indeed lived with Pettigrew in the form of her younger son Percival's pet rat for close to a year, and that she had been informed by the Auror office that there was a child involved, and she would like, if Mr. Black would allow it, to make the acquaintance of that child, because her own boys had grown up. Hearing of Harry Potter the way other children heard of knights, and it would, she said in a sentence that was underlined twice, do her good to see him. Sirius had written back at once. Of course they could come. Of course they were welcome. And if she had other boys, bring the lot. There were acres of garden here, and he had a godson who badly needed other children to shout at. Molly and Arthur Weasley had arrived 3 weeks later with all 7 of their children, which was more children than Grimmauld Place had seen in perhaps 100 years. They had brought a basket of biscuits. They had brought a bouquet of Arthur's homegrown dahlias. They had brought, without meaning to, a great deal of noise. Harry, who was 7, had looked at the 6 red-haired children on his doorstep. The 7th was a very small girl called Ginny being carried, and said, with the stunned reverence of a small boy who has found a tribe, are there more of you inside somewhere? And Fred and George, who were 9, had said, lots more. In a cupboard. You'll see. And Harry had laughed so hard he sat down on the step. It had been, Sirius thought, one of the best afternoons of his life. Arthur had gone immediately to investigate the Muggle electrics which had been introduced into the house the year before, Andromeda's doing. She'd said she wasn't having her grandnephew grow up without a telephone, and he had spent a peaceful 45 minutes explaining to Ted Tonks how a plug worked, while Ted nodded gravely and did not mention that he had been using plugs since he was 6. Molly had cooked. Molly had cooked without asking permission, which was how Molly operated, and she had produced a meat pie and 3 trays of rock cakes and a trifle out of ingredients that had mostly not existed in the kitchen when she started. The children had turned the garden into a battlefield. Ron Weasley, who was Harry's age exactly, had spent the first 20 minutes regarding Harry Potter with the awe of a child meeting a character out of a book, and the next 3 hours forgetting entirely who Harry Potter was and just playing with him. Hermione had sat on the grass with Percy and a book about goblin revolts, and had come away with the firm opinion that Percy was the most sensible person she had ever met, which Percy found so gratifying that he refused to let go of it for 6 years. Ginny, who was not yet 5, had followed Hermione around with the silent focus of a small red-headed moon. And Fred and George, who had brought with them a bag of something they called experimental fireworks, had lit one in the garden, and it had gone off with a bang and turned Creature temporarily blue, and Creature had been so delighted to be noticed by young masters that he had pledged to save one of the blueberries from every pie he baked for them until he died. Molly, who had come expecting Mr. Potter and had found Harry, had wept at the kitchen table after dinner, while Sirius awkwardly patted her hand. I thought, she said, he'd be, I don't know. I thought he'd be a Potter and a tragedy. Not, a squirt, Sirius suggested. A squirt. Yes. He's just a squirt. He's just my Ronnie with darker hair. We try, Sirius had said, to keep him squirt-shaped. "You keep doing it," Molly had said. "You keep doing it, Mr. Black." "Sirius. Sirius. Arthur, stop taking the socket plate off, we are going home." They had not, of course, gone home for another hour, because Arthur had not been finished with the socket plate. But after that the Weasleys had become a part of the pattern of Harry and Hermione's life, the way the Tonkses were, the way Remus was, the way the people who make you were. Ron and Harry, in particular, had found in each other the friendship of two boys who do not have to explain themselves. Hermione had found in Ginny a small fierce girl who would later go through fire for her. Percy had found in Hermione someone who understood why he read the Prophet before breakfast. Fred and George had found in Creature an unexpectedly sympathetic audience for their early inventions. And Sirius had found, against all probability, a second family, and his house, which had been built for hatred, had accepted them all, because the children had laughed in it, and there is no ward, old or new, that can hold out against that for long. The evening after the first Weasley visit, when everyone had gone home and the children were dead asleep, Sirius and Remus sat on the top of the stairs again and watched the dawn come up through the fanlight. Remus had been very quiet for a long time. Then he had said, "Padfoot. Do you remember, when we were 16, you said you were going to burn this house down?" "I remember." "What happened?" Sirius, who had not quite meant to say what he said next, said it anyway. "I found something better than fire." Remus leaned his head on his friend's shoulder. The house around them, the terrible old house that had made a terrible old boy and been the thing he fled and the thing he came home to, creaked once, softly, and settled. In the room below, a lightning-bolted boy and a bushy-haired girl slept in the dark and did not know, yet, that they were being hunted, and would not need to know, for a little while longer, because there were people, plural, in the walls, and on the stairs, and in the kitchen, who had decided that the hunting would have to go through them first. In Wiltshire, a man in a black robe folded a second letter into an envelope, and wrote on it, in a very small neat hand, the word patience. And the wind changed. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The letters. The owl came through the kitchen window at 7:20 in the morning on a Tuesday, knocked over the milk, and landed in the butter dish. "For Merlin's sake," said Sirius, who was frying tomatoes. "Harry. Harry. Your school mail is here." "That's not my school mail," said Harry from under the table, where he was attempting to teach Creature to high-five. "My school is downstairs. Remus is my school." "Yes, well, as of today, that is about to change. Kindly get out from under the table and receive this with a bit of ceremony. Hermione." "I have mine," called Hermione, from the library, where she had apparently intercepted her own letter out of the air by standing with her hand held up at the window since 6 in the morning. "The envelope is real parchment. The address updates. There's a watermark I haven't identified yet. Harry, come look at mine." "Can't, I'm in a fort." "Boys," said Hermione, and came through the kitchen with her letter open and her hair in a cloud and the look of a child trying very hard not to skip. Harry wriggled out from under the table and accepted his own letter from the butter dish, wiped a smear of butter off the wax seal with his thumb, and studied it. "It's a bit greasy." "Yes, Harry. That's probably a defect." "It is not a defect. I think I'd better write to them about it." "Harry." He grinned. Then he broke the seal, unfolded the letter, and read it aloud, in his most formal voice, while Sirius turned the tomatoes and Remus set down his newspaper. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeet, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find, enclosed, a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." He looked up. "Moony?" "Yes, Harry. Do I have to write back? Only if I just don't write back do you think they'd send someone round again? Because I'd rather like to see Hagrid do that thing with the umbrella. Write back, Harry. Fine. And Harry, who loved his parents and his dog and his werewolf and his sister and his school of one teacher Moony with the whole of his 11-year-old heart, sat down at the kitchen table and wrote, in the careful even hand that Andromeda had drilled into him with all the pitiless authority of a woman who had herself been drilled, a very short acceptance. Hermione's acceptance, he noticed, had already been written and sealed and stamped and handed to the owl. He found that he was not surprised. They went to Diagon Alley the following Saturday. It should have been a private family outing. It became something considerably bigger, because when Molly Weasley learned that Harry and Hermione were going on the same day as Ron, she had simply written that they would meet at the Leaky at 11, and that she would not take no for an answer, and when Andromeda learned that everyone would be there, she had informed Sirius she was coming too, because Dora was now a trainee Auror and had the day free, and Dora would never forgive herself if she wasn't there to see her baby cousins buy their wands. Remus came because Remus went everywhere Harry went when he could, which was most places except any building that had a picture of a full moon over the door. Sirius went because he was Harry and Hermione's father in all but paperwork, and because he had been looking forward to this day for 9 years. They arrived at the Leaky at 10:15 and took the biggest table. Molly and Arthur arrived at 5 to 11 with Fred, George, Percy, Ron, and Ginny, and the room, which had been a quiet and respectable establishment for 5 centuries, ceased to be either. Ron flung himself into the chair next to Harry's and said, "I got the same broomstick kit for my birthday." "Did you get yours yet?" And Harry said, "Sirius got me a full cleaning set, but he won't let me take it to school, he says they'll make me," and Hermione leaned across and said to Percy, "I got all the textbooks in the reserved list, did you?" And Percy said, "I did, but have you also read a modern magical history?" And they were, within 90 seconds, entirely their own small parliament. Tom the landlord, who had been the first person to recognize Harry Potter in public 4 years earlier and had cried into his dishcloth, had had time to get over it. He bowed now, shook Harry's hand, ignored the scar, and wished him a very quiet year, Mr. Potter, if you can manage it, for an old man's nerves. Harry, who had been rehearsing his response to this sort of thing for weeks, said, "Thanks, Tom, I'll try." Then they all went out through the back, and Sirius, with a flourish that was entirely for the children's benefit, tapped the bricks with his wand. Diagon Alley unfolded. Harry had been to Diagon Alley before. You couldn't very well live at Grimmauld Place and not, but he had never been to Diagon Alley like this. Not on the first Saturday of July, not with his letter in his pocket, not with the whole tilted length of it laid out before him like a present. The air smelled of hot cauldron grease and melting toffee and a faint acrid trace of singed owl. Wizards bustled. Witches haggled. A goblin argued with a very small child over who got to hold the door of Gringotts open, and lost. A trainee Auror with pink and green hair seized her tiny cousins by their collars so they didn't run into the street. "We start with Gringotts," said Sirius, at the head of his extremely large party, "because we start with money. Everybody in. Weasleys, if you like, there's no reason not to do yours at the same time, Molly." "Oh, yes, thank you, yes, that would be, Arthur, come on, Grip Hook," said Sirius, as they went through the doors. "Still alive then?" "I continue to exist, Lord Black," said the goblin at the desk, with immense dignity. "I should like to say that I do so in spite of you. You love me, Grip Hook. Who's our man today?" "Nargle. Third desk. He has a vault list for your family. A family, I remind you, includes 2 persons now receiving stipends, another 2 persons expecting to be sorted in September, and an individual you claim is a cousin but who is, by the rules of your house, a nephew at best and an adopted servant at worst. Your affairs are very complicated, Lord Black." "They are. Thank you, Grip Hook. Nargle. Over here, lot of us." Down they went in the clattering cart, Harry sitting next to Ron with both hands clamped on the rail and both boys' hair blown back until they resembled astonished hedgehogs, Hermione sitting between Percy and Ginny and taking notes on the structure of the tunnels, Sirius in the next cart with Molly and Arthur and Remus, Dora and Andromeda in the third. They stopped at the Potter vault first, and Harry blinked at the shining coin mountain with the mild surprise of a boy who had expected it to be impressive and had found that it was actually impressive. Then they stopped at the Weasley vault, which was a good deal smaller, and which Molly opened with the dignity of a woman who has worked out her sums in advance and will not be embarrassed by a small pile. Fred leaned over to Harry as they climbed back into the cart and said, "Don't look." "I'm not. If you look I'll hex your feet together." "I'm not, Fred." "He's looking, George." "He's not looking, Fred. Leave the Potter boy alone." "I'm looking at the roof," said Harry peaceably, "and not at your vault, and also, for the record, I paid for my ice cream last week, so pack it in." George laughed so hard he nearly fell out of the cart. It took an hour, all told, and by the time they had all climbed back up into the lobby Sirius had a bulging pouch for Harry and Hermione apiece, Molly had a sensible one for each of her 3 Hogwarts-bound children, and everyone was ready for pastries. They ate them on the steps of Florian Fortescue's, because Florian had seen Sirius coming and had shouted across the street, "9 of you, no, 12, with the Weasleys, at least order the big ones, I'm not doing half portions on a Saturday." Harry got mint chocolate. Hermione got pistachio. Ron got strawberry. Ginny got, with great solemnity, half a scoop of every flavor, because she was not going to Hogwarts yet and this was her compensation. They went to Madame Malkin's next. Harry, Ron, and Percy all needed new robes, because Ron's were patched and Percy's were outgrown and Harry's were non-existent. Hermione needed everything, because she had grown 4 inches in the spring. Madame Malkin put them up on her stools in a row, and while she and her assistant flitted around with pins, a slim pale boy in plain black robes hopped up onto the 5th stool in the line. "Draco," said Hermione, without turning. "You're in our robe shop." "Hello, Granger," said Draco. He did not smile. He also did not sneer, because he was 11 and had the beginnings of a sense of context. "I thought we were going tomorrow." "Your mother didn't want to be on a Saturday." "My father wanted to be on a Saturday." "My father won." "My mother is across the road picking out my standard cauldron because she says if he's going to force me into the crowd he can wait for her outside." He turned. "Potter. Weasley. Weasleys. Cousin Weasley. Cousin Weasley. Heir. Hello." "Hi, Draco," said Harry. "All right, Malfoy," said Ron, with a degree of civil effort. "The hat at this shop is itchy," Draco said, because that was a safer topic than several others on his mind. "Get the second size up." "My mother says so." "Thanks," said Ron, blinking. Madame Malkin, who was used to both of Sirius's children and had been warned by Andromeda that the Malfoy cousin might appear, slid in with measuring tapes without comment. It was an awkward 10 minutes. Draco, who had been lectured all morning by his father on the necessity of reasserting the Malfoy position in public society, and who had been lectured all afternoon by his mother on the necessity of not being rude to his cousins, stood on his stool with his arms folded and looked straight ahead, and spoke to nobody. Hermione, who had learned in 5 years of cousin visits how to read Draco Malfoy like a slightly damp newspaper, leaned over and said, in the same conversational tone she used for most things, "We're going to Ollivanders next." "Are you?" "Later." "Come with us now." "I can't." "Why not?" "Because my father wants to take me." "Then meet us after." "We'll be at Flourish and Blots. I can show you the books I've got in common with you." There was a very long pause, during which Draco Malfoy did several things internally that nobody watching him would have been able to see. Then he said, "Fine. Granger." "Fine. Good." "I am not," Draco added, with finely calibrated dignity, "agreeing because we are friends." "Of course not. We are cousins." "Yes. That is a different thing." "My father says so." "Your father is right." "Ron," Hearing all of this with his mouth slightly open, leaned around Harry and whispered, "Your sister does that to him all the time." "All the time," said Harry happily. "She's been rearranging his vocabulary for years. Wait until you hear him say something decent about a Weasley. She's working on that one, it's the long game. Harry. We're not going to be, like, friends with Draco Malfoy. He's my cousin, Ron. Don't start." "I'm not starting. He's a Malfoy. And I'm a Black. At least on paper." Ron thought about this. He thought about it with the visible effort of a boy who had grown up being told that one set of people was bad, and had grown up liking a boy who was related by blood to a great many of them. It took him several seconds. Then he said, "All right. Not friends. But not enemies. And if he starts, Hermione'll start back at him," said Harry. "And that'll be the end of it. Trust me. You haven't seen her in form." They went to Ollivander's next. It was a narrow shop with a narrow doorbell that tinkled in the back of the throat when you came in. Dust stood in the air in a way that dust is not supposed to. Boxes rose to the ceiling like the vertebrae of some long-dead beast. And Mr. Ollivander, pale and very silent and always a little bit somewhere else, came out from behind the counter and fixed his strange moonlit eyes on Harry Potter at once, as though he had been waiting. "Mr. Potter. 11 inches, willow, unicorn tail, swishy, I think. Not that I ever met the wand. I knew its buyer. Your mother." "Oh," said Harry. "And your father's was 11 1/4, mahogany, dragon heartstring. I sold it to him the day before his own 11th birthday. He was a boy who was going to use his wand. As they say." "And you?" Mr. Ollivander leaned closer. "Yes. Well. We shall see what wishes to meet your hand, shall we? Wand arm out." A tape measure took Harry's measurements by itself. Harry tried 9 wands. Then 17. Then 23. Wand after wand, shake after shake, with increasing reluctance Mr. Ollivander took them back. His eyes grew brighter. His hands got faster. At last, when the pile was higher than Harry himself, Mr. Ollivander said, in a voice that was half to himself and half to someone who was not in the room, "I wonder," and went into the darkest corner of the shop, and pulled out a very dusty box, and opened it, and said, "Try this." Harry took the wand. At once his fingers closed around it as if they had been expecting it. A stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end and splashed over Ron's hair. Ron yelped, Hermione clapped, Mr. Ollivander, in a voice so quiet Harry nearly missed it, said, "Curious. Curious. Curious. What's curious?" "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every wand. It happens that the phoenix whose tail feather sits in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." Harry stared. The wand," said Mr. Ollivander, "chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And what one has done, the other can also do. It is not always so, but this time, I think, it is. Great things. We can expect great things from you. Terrible, yes. But great." From the doorway Sirius cleared his throat, not unkindly but firmly, and said, "Maybe not terrible, Garrick. Great's enough. 7 galleons. 7 galleons, Lord Black. And Miss Granger is next." "Ah, Miss Granger. Yes. You will be more difficult. I can see from your eyes you will be. Wand arm out." Hermione went through, in the end, only 6 wands before one chose her, a beautiful slender length of vinewood, 10 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring, with a handle carved in a subtle pattern of leaves. Sparks of purple and silver bloomed from its tip when she raised it, and Mr. Ollivander smiled for the first time that day. "Oh, Miss Granger. Vinewood seeks out those with greater purpose. It is an old wand. I am pleased to know whose hand it wanted. 7 galleons. Hermione said, pulling out her purse. 7 galleons, child. And may I say, do not be afraid of being difficult to fit. The best wands always are. They met Draco and Narcissa at Flourish and Blots, as Hermione had decreed. Lucius Malfoy, as Hermione had not decreed, had come too. He was a tall pale man with long hair and a silver-headed cane, and he moved into a crowded shop the way a white flag moves through a battlefield, smoothly, silently, and with every indication that he was not going to be the first to shoot. Sirius saw him 2 aisles away and stiffened. Remus put a hand very lightly on Sirius's elbow. Harry, who did not like Lucius, went on browsing. Hermione, who had never in her life met Lucius Malfoy face to face and who had read enough Prophet to have him filed under I do not trust this man, put her book down and moved very naturally between Draco and the front window, because she had decided, at the age of 11, that Draco had a way of deflating when his father was in the room, and she was not going to stand for it in a public shop. "Cousin Sirius," said Lucius, voice as light as a hair. "I had not expected to have the pleasure." "Nor I, Lucius. Your charge is buying his Hogwarts books, I see." "My son." "Yes. And my daughter." Lucius's mouth moved into an expression that wanted to be a smile. "You use the words loosely, Sirius." "Not at all loosely, Lucius. Daily. And with affection." "Curious thing, affection. Sometimes people mistake it for what, Lucius?" "Presumption." Sirius's hand, which had been in his pocket, did not come out. Remus's grip on his elbow did not change. But Sirius smiled, a bright tight dangerous smile, and said, "Presume you say hello to the children, Lucius. And then presume you let them do their shopping. Because we are out for a nice day. And I have not had to defend my son's paternity to a man in white hair before lunch in 4 years, and I would not like to break my streak today." Lucius, who knew a line when he saw it, stopped at it. He inclined his head. He looked at Harry and said, "Mr. Potter. I knew your parents." "I don't know if I'm glad you did," said Harry, who had been rehearsing for this too, and who said it with a perfectly level voice. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius's eyes went very narrow. Then they went wide, and he laughed, and it was a cold little laugh but it was also an interested one. "Indeed. Indeed. I see you have been raised. Well then." He gave Sirius a small bow. "We shall not detain you. Draco, come. Narcissa, we are going." "I'm not done," said Draco, calmly, without looking up from the book Hermione had put in his hands. There was a silence the size of a small boy's whole life. Narcissa broke it. "Draco and I are going to stay another quarter hour, Lucius. You can go on. We will meet you at the cauldron." Lucius turned his face slowly toward his wife. She did not look away. Harry, watching, learned something that day about Narcissa Malfoy that he would not forget, which was that her spine, at need, was made of steel. "As you like," Lucius said softly. "Cousin. Madam. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Miss Granger." He tipped his cane an inch toward her and was gone. The shop breathed out. "Is he," said Ron, who had been hiding behind a bookcase, "gone?" "He is gone," said Hermione. "Draco. Come here and look at this one. It's called A Magical Theory. It's by a man called Waffling. Your father will hate it but it's the best book on the reading list." Granger. "What?" "Thank you." "For what?" "Nothing." He did not look at her. He looked at the book. "Nothing, Granger. Show me the chapter on wand lore." Outside, Lucius Malfoy stood very still for a long moment on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley, and watched through the window as his wife bent over a book with a mud-blood girl and his son sat between them. His face did not change. His fingers did not move on the head of his cane. But after a moment he turned, and walked, with his soundless long stride, to Knockturn Alley, and he entered a shop at the end of it called Borgin and Burke's, and he spoke, very quietly, to the man behind the counter, and a small object changed hands, and Lucius Malfoy left Knockturn Alley with something in the inside pocket of his robes that he had paid for in gold. The object was a diary. It had no title. It had no owner's mark. And it had not been written in for 50 years. Back in Flourish and Blots, Sirius Black had wandered over to Hermione's stack of books and was looking at them with the baffled affection of a father who has counted 14, seen that one was on runes, and decided he needed a coffee. Hermione, love. 14 books. I will read them, Padfoot. Before September. Before September. 2 by August. I've got a schedule. Of course you do. He kissed the top of her head. I don't deserve you. Don't be silly, said Hermione, without looking up. Yes, you do. Their last stop was the magical menagerie. Harry, who had been begging for an owl of his own for 3 years and had been refused each time because Sirius had used his own owl for family post and had said no boy needed more than one owl, was allowed, today, to have one of his own, and he came out of the menagerie with a snowy owl in a cage and an expression of religious joy. Hermione did not want an owl. Hermione came out of the menagerie with a ginger cat who had taken one look at her and leapt bodily into her arms from a high shelf, and whose name, the shop which claimed, was Crookshanks. Half-Kneasel. Bit of a menace. Won't like your new puppy, mind. We have a large dog, said Hermione, and the cat will need to learn, and the dog will need to learn. It will be fine. Dora, watching Crookshanks snuggle into Hermione's shoulder like he had been there his whole life, raised an eyebrow at Sirius. Padfoot's going to hate this. Padfoot's going to deal with it. Padfoot's a proud man. Padfoot is. The dog is going to sulk under the kitchen table for a week. And, true to her prediction, he did. They went home on the flue in shifts, because Grimmauld Place's hearth had a strict 4-at-a-time policy. Molly Weasley hugged Harry and Hermione each in turn, hugged Sirius, hugged Remus, hugged Andromeda, and invited them all for lunch the Saturday before term. Ron, on the way out, grabbed Harry's arm and said, I'll see you on the train, yeah? Yeah. Save me a seat. Yeah. You save one for me. And, you know. Hermione and that. Yeah. All right. All right. It was a very 11-year-old farewell. Percy gave Hermione a stiff little bow, and then took her hand and said, Do read the potions book first, I am quite serious, which she promised to do. Fred and George tried to sell Harry a defense against the dark arts flash card which, on closer inspection, turned the holder's eyebrows into caterpillars. He bought it anyway, because he was already in love with both Weasley twins. Ginny looked up at Harry and said, very solemnly, If Ron is bad to you, you come and tell me. I will hit him. Harry promised to do that too. That night the house was quiet. Hedwig, the snowy owl, sat on the back of Harry's chair in the drawing room. Crookshanks, after an introductory hiss at Padfoot and a bit of stern paw-flexing, had concluded his negotiations and was settled on top of a bookshelf. Creature had served tea, and had offered his own grave congratulations in the form of a tray of homemade lemon biscuits, each one shaped like a little quaffle. Sirius had accepted a lemon quaffle and pretended not to cry. Harry sat with his wand across his knees. Hermione sat cross-legged on the hearthrug with her books spread around her in a precise half-moon. Remus sat in the armchair with a book and a glass of whiskey. And Sirius stood at the window, looking down Grimmauld Place at a street that was, for the first time in his life, his, and was aware of a slow cold feeling at the back of his neck that was not the draught and not the house, and that he recognized as old professional habit, and that was whispering to him the single word, watched. He closed the curtain. He did not mention it. Tomorrow he would owl Kingsley. Tonight, his children were going to Hogwarts in less than 8 weeks, and tonight he was going to sit with them and help Hermione sort her new books into the order she wanted and pretend to Harry that he was not going to miss him, even a little bit. "Pads," said Hermione, without looking up. "There's a man across the road." Sirius froze. "Yes, love. There is. He's been there for 20 minutes. Yes. Do you want me to go up to my room?" "Yes, in a minute. Finish that page." "Pads," said Harry. "It's all right, pup." "Is it?" "It will be." Hermione finished her page, closed her book, put one hand on Crookshanks's head, and walked calmly upstairs as though it had been her own idea. Harry followed with Hedwig balanced on his wrist, because Hedwig had refused to go into her cage on principle. Remus, not looking up from his book, asked quietly, "Shall I go out the back?" "No. I know him. It's McNair. I'd know that coat in the dark. He's not going to do anything tonight. He's just here to be seen. He wants us to know he's watching." "Why?" "Someone paid him to. Or someone told him to." "Same thing." Sirius turned from the window and smiled, a small grim smile. "Moony. We're going to have a long year." "We'll have it together," said Remus, and turned a page. In Wiltshire, in a small dark room that had once been a hunting trophy room and was now a study, Lucius Malfoy laid the unmarked diary on the polished surface of his desk and ran the tip of his wand over its cover. It stirred. It breathed. Something in it knew him. "Not yet," Lucius murmured to it. "Not yet. You're going to be a gift. A very particular gift. For a very particular girl, at a very particular school. Somebody close to the Potter boy, in whom the seed you carry might flourish. Yes. Yes, there. There we are." And the diary, in its silent, appalling way, agreed. The next morning Sirius was up before 6. He did not bother with the front door. He went out through the kitchen, through the back garden, over the wall, and around the long way to the Muggle post box at the end of the road, because old habits die hard and he had wanted to be sure there were no followers. There were not. He posted his letter to Kingsley, collected a bag of hot rolls from the bakery on the corner, and was back at his own kitchen table, flour on his coat, by 7. "You were out," Hermione said, sliding into her chair. "I was out. Anything to worry about?" "Yes, but not for you." "Noted," said Hermione, and buttered a roll. "Pads. If a strange man stands across our road again, I would like to be told how to lock the upstairs windows from my room side without climbing out onto the ledge. I'll show you. Today. Today. Good." Harry, who had appeared in the doorway in Quidditch pajamas with Hedwig on his shoulder, looked between them. "We're not talking about the curtain man, are we?" "We are, pup." "All right." Harry came to the table, sat down, cut a roll in half, and said, as though he were commenting on the weather, "If he comes back, I'd like to learn a shield charm." "Hermione, you could help. Remus says you're almost through first year." "Yes," said Hermione, tapping her knife against her plate thoughtfully. "Actually, I am through first year. I've read ahead. It's second year I'm on now." "You haven't used a wand though." "Not officially." "Hermione." "What?" "You've been doing magic with your wand, haven't you?" "Obviously." "Padfoot is going to, Padfoot knows," said Sirius, folding his paper, "because I've seen her, and you, both, and I haven't ratted because the ministry has better things to do than hassle 11-year-olds who have a black in the household, which counts as a registered adult wand in the trace book, which does not, in fact, distinguish whose wand gets waved in the kitchen. Eat your rolls." Harry beamed. The weeks between the letters and the start of term were, in that household, the strangest they had ever been. Harry and Hermione, who had been schooled in the drawing room all their lives, now had specific preparation to do, and Remus, who had been, in truth, their de facto governor for 5 years, relaxed his lessons and let them read what they wanted. Hermione read everything. Hermione read so much that Sirius found her at 3 in the morning, twice, in the library, with her head pillowed on Hogwarts, a history. Harry did not so much read as practice. He wandered the garden with his wand in his hand muttering Wingardium Leviosa at moths until he could, with mild fluency, make one hover 3 feet off the ground. He practiced the impertinence charm on Padfoot, which turned Padfoot's eyebrows briefly green, and was made to spend an afternoon scrubbing out the family silver with the cat watching him judgmentally from the mantel. He practiced nothing on Hermione, because Hermione had said she would deck him if he did, and he believed her. They had Molly for lunch, as promised, the Saturday before term. Molly brought a pudding. Sirius cooked, which was ill-advised, but Andromeda was there to correct him. Ron and Harry disappeared onto the lawn with a snitch that Sirius had, with some embarrassment, bought on the alley the day before. Don't let him have a proper one, Pads, he's not even on the team yet, and Hermione sat at the kitchen table with Hermione's new Transfiguration book and Percy's old Transfiguration notes, which he had, with immense ceremony, handed over the week before. Fred and George had come too, because they were not going to miss a day of teasing their new friend. Ginny had come because Ginny went where Ginny wanted, and Bill had come in from a last summer in Egypt before returning to Gringotts, because he wanted, he said, to meet the boy his mother had wept over. He had shaken Harry's hand, looked at him with clear grey eyes, and said, "You've got your mum's mouth." She laughed like you do, and Harry had liked him at once. The day of their leaving for Hogwarts came up cold and bright. Creature, who had been beside himself for a week, had packed and repacked their trunks 3 times, each time adding a carefully wrapped parcel of biscuits. Biscuits for Master Harry. Biscuits for Miss Hermione. Biscuits for Masters Weasley if Miss Hermione thinks well of them. No biscuits for Master Draco because Master Draco is to learn to ask. Sirius had written a note for each of them to read on the train, sealed the notes in wax, and hidden them in the bottom of their trunks. Remus had given Harry his father's old watch, mended. Andromeda had given Hermione a beautiful silver chain hair clip that had belonged to her grandmother. Ted, for reasons that were apparent only to Ted, had given Harry a book of Muggle knock-knock jokes. Dora had come round in her Aura uniform, which was improper but nobody told her off, and given each of them a small mirror that was twinned with a small mirror she kept in her pocket. "You talk into it," she said. "It'll talk back. Don't abuse them. No spying on girls' dormitories. Especially yours, Harry. I mean it. I will know." "Why does it have to be me?" said Harry, indignantly. "Because, Potter, you were a small boy who once put a frog in my cousin's bed, and you've got a history." "Oh, come on, I was 5. I remember it like it was yesterday." "Behave." They left for King's Cross at 10. Molly Weasley met them on the platform at 1:30, and the Weasleys and the Potters and the Grangers and the Blacks and the Tonks's and the Lupins formed the single most alarming collective that platform 9 3/4 had seen since Gellert Grindelwald's last visit in 1912. Passers-by stared. Nobody cared. The trunks were loaded. The children were put on the train. Hedwig was hooted at by an older owl and gave as good as she got. Crookshanks, in a traveling basket, made his displeasure known to the entire carriage. Sirius, standing on the platform with his hands in his pockets, said nothing until the whistle blew. Then, quickly, when Harry leaned out of the window, he said, "Pup. Yeah, Pads. Be good. Be good to Hermione. Be good to Ron. Write home. Don't explode. If anyone, tells you they have a message from me, and they don't say the word tomatoes in the first sentence, you do not listen to them. Tomatoes. Remember tomatoes." "Tomatoes," said Harry. "Got it. Hermione, love." "Yes, Pads. You look after him." "I will." Code word? Vinegar. Vinegar? It's your word, because you're vinegar sharp, and any so-called message from me that doesn't start with vinegar you ignore. Vinegar. Accepted. I love you both. We love you too, Hermione said, and then Harry, a beat behind, because 11-year-old boys are 11-year-old boys, yeah. Yeah. Love you, Pads. Mooney. Mrs. Tonks. Everyone. Write to Ron's mum. She cries. I do not, began Molly, from the platform. She cries, shouted George gleefully. Bye Mum. Bye Dad. Bye Ginny. Bye Bill. Bye. The train pulled away. The adults stood in a quiet clump until the red of its rear coach had turned the corner. Then Remus squeezed Sirius's shoulder. Andromeda took his arm. Ted offered Molly a handkerchief. Arthur, out of long habit, checked the platform for dropped socks. And far down the train, in a compartment they had fought George for, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley split a packet of chocolate frogs 3 ways, and opened their first book on the journey to school. The first 2 hours of the Hogwarts Express were a holy uproar. Fred and George came by twice, once to sell them a product and once to steal one of Hermione's chocolate frogs, and each time Hermione caught them, and each time they were pleased to be caught, because the catching was the point. Percy came by once, looked into the compartment, saw Ron sitting on the seat with his feet on Harry's lap, and said, in the weary voice of a boy who had decided to be a prefect a year before the robes would let him, Ronald. Feet. Ron moved his feet. Percy left. Ron put them back. Neville Longbottom came by, beside himself, looking for a toad. Hermione rose at once, rolled up her sleeves, introduced herself, and organized a search that took in 5 compartments and ended with the toad, Trevor, asleep under a girl's book about runes. Neville, round-cheeked, nervous, and as grateful as if Hermione had saved his life, did not thereafter wander far from their compartment. The girl whose book Trevor had been sleeping under came with them. She was small and dark and had very sharp black eyes and said her name was Padma Patil. She had a twin somewhere else on the train, she reported, and preferred her own compartments, for peace. She sat down next to Hermione, took one look at Hermione's copy of Magical Theory, and said, "You've read ahead, haven't you?" And Hermione said, "Yes." "Have you?" And Padma said, "Oh, yes, I'm a nightmare. My sister is going to be a Gryffindor. I am going to be a Ravenclaw. My grandfather has been informed and has decided to cope." Hermione liked her at once. And, not long after Padma, the compartment door slid open for what turned out to be the last new person of the day. A tall slender boy with very smooth blonde hair and cautious eyes, Draco Malfoy, stood there with Crabbe and Goyle, 2 wide boys whose main contribution to the world was to be broader than doors, trailing behind him. Draco looked over the compartment, a Mudblood, 2 cousins, a Weasley, a Longbottom, and a Patil girl. He took a breath so small nobody saw it. Then he said, "Cousin." "Draco," said Harry. "My mother says I'm to ride with my cousins." "All right," said Harry, kicking his feet back off Ron's lap and sitting up. "There's room. Come in. You two, stay out." "Sorry. No offense. It's a full compartment." Crabbe and Goyle stared at him. Draco, without looking round, said, "I'll find you at the feast, you two." Crabbe and Goyle shuffled off down the corridor. Draco slid the door shut, sat down gingerly on the bench next to Neville, and said, looking fixedly at his own knees, "I will behave. But if Weasley calls me a ferret one more time today I am going home on this train." "I didn't call you a ferret," said Ron, mildly outraged. "I said you have a face like one." "Ronald," said Hermione. "Sorry, Hermione." "Sorry, Malfoy." "Truce for the train." "Truce for the train," said Draco. "Chocolate frog?" "Yes." "Thank you, Weasley." They ate frogs. They compared their cards. Neville, who had got a Dumbledore and a Hengist of Woodcroft, offered his Dumbledore to Hermione on the grounds that she already liked the man, which Hermione accepted with a formal thank you as though she had received a medal. Harry pulled a Merlin out of his third frog and said, "Oh. That's rare, isn't it?" And Draco, without missing a beat, said, "I have been trying to get that card since I was 7. I will give you 6 galleons for it." "All right," said Harry. "Done. You can have it for free. I'll take the galleons when I need to bail you out of something." "You will never need to bail me out of anything, cousin." "Let's see what the year does, cousin." They changed into their robes outside Lancaster, at the conductor's warning. The light went grey and then gold. A woman with a trolley came through twice and was emptied out both times. The landscape began, slowly, to climb. Mountains showed through the windows on the left. A lake, broad and very black, showed through the windows on the right. The train slowed. Names of stations that did not appear in Muggle timetables began to flick past. At the last station, which said only Hogsmeade and nothing else, the express stopped. "First years," came a great familiar boom. "First years over here." "Hagrid!" Harry shouted, and tumbled out onto the platform with his hand raised, and Hagrid, tears already in his beard for the second time in his life over that boy, lifted Harry half off the ground in a hug that would have broken a smaller man. "Harry," he said, and could say nothing else for a moment. "Harry Potter." "Oh, Harry. Look at your. Right. First years. In the boats. No more and 4 to a boat. Shift along, now, come on." They took a boat, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Draco, because Ron had declared that if Draco was riding with them he was keeping an eye on him, and Draco had declared that if Weasley was riding with them he was keeping an eye on the boat. The boat glided across the black lake under a sky that had broken out in a million stars. When the castle came into view, very suddenly around a bend, Hermione put a hand to her mouth and did not take it away for a long time. Ron, in his own small voice, said, "Mum was right. She said you don't believe it until you see it." And in a boat behind them, a boy with smooth blonde hair turned, very briefly, and looked back at the train, and his thin white fingers tightened on the edge of the boat as though he felt something he had not been told to feel, and across the dark lake, with its bright new students and its singing boat torches and its ancient magic, a black diary in a trunk in his compartment lay silently in its brown paper wrapping, and waited. Because diaries that have been waiting for 50 years can afford another hour. At Knockturn Alley a door closed very quietly. At Wiltshire, a man with silver hair watched the same red train steam out of King's Cross from a great silver mirror, and laid a hand on a black diary on his desk, and whispered 2 words that were not a spell but had the weight of one. "Go on." Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3 Under the hat. The great hall opened over them like a promise. Candles in their thousands hung in the air without strings, the ceiling showed a sky that was the sky but more so, for long tables ran the length of the room, and at a high 5th table at the far end sat the professors. Hermione, who had read about the enchanted ceiling and knew it was the enchanted ceiling and had been preparing herself not to be impressed, stopped dead on the flagstones and said, out loud, to nobody, "Oh." Harry, beside her, laughed. "You knew it was going to be like this," he said. "Knowing is different from, yes, love." Professor McGonagall stood in front of them with a 3-legged stool and a pointed hat that had been new around the time the Normans had been new, and called, in a voice that was neither warm nor cold but was the voice of a woman who had been doing her job for a very long time and did not intend to begin doing it badly on account of anybody, "Abbott, Hannah." The hat took a moment on Hannah Abbott. It made no noise. Then it shouted, "Hufflepuff," and the table on the right erupted, and Hannah Abbott trotted to her new house and sat. "Bones, Susan." "Hufflepuff." "Boot, Terry." "Ravenclaw." "Brocklehurst, Mandy." "Ravenclaw." "Brown, Lavender." "Gryffindor." "Bulstrode, Millicent." "Slytherin." "Corner, Michael." "Ravenclaw." "Crabbe, Vincent." "Slytherin." "Davis, Tracy." "Slytherin." "Finch-Fletchley, Justin." "Hufflepuff." "Finnegan, Seamus." There was a pause, which the hat sometimes did, which was called a hat stall though this one was only brief, "Gryffindor." Goldstein, Anthony. Ravenclaw. Goyle, Gregory. Slytherin. Granger, Hermione. Hermione went up to the stool. She walked very carefully in a straight line. She sat very carefully on the stool. She placed her hands in her lap. She breathed. She let McGonagall lower the hat over her head. There was a pause. Then, in her own ears only, a small dry voice said, "Well, well, well. Quite the bookshelf." "Hello," thought Hermione. "Hello yourself. I see you. Yes. Plenty of mind. Thirst, too, to prove yourself, to know, to be excellent. Oh, that's very Ravenclaw of you." "Yes. But we have courage as well, don't we? And loyalty. And a certain flintiness, rather Slytherin, under the bookish velvet. Your father is a Black. Your brother, the non-biological one, is a Potter. Interesting. Yes. It is interesting. What do you want, child?" "I want to learn everything," said Hermione. "Ah," said the hat. "Then I know where to put you. Ravenclaw." The blue table rose and roared. Hermione, going down to them with her feet not touching the floor, was met halfway by a tall Ravenclaw girl with dark hair, who took her hand and actually shook it. "Welcome. I'm Penelope Clearwater. We're very glad you're here." Hermione sat next to Padma Patil, already sorted. Greengrass, Daphne. Slytherin. Hopkins, Wayne. Hufflepuff. Longbottom, Neville. A long pause, during which Neville did not breathe, Gryffindor. There was a louder cheer at the red table than one might have expected. Harry, who had been watching the sorting with the detachment of a boy who had spent the last hour realizing that he had absolutely no idea where he wanted to go, found his hands cupping to his mouth and his voice raised in a shout for Neville, and the boy turned and smiled at him all the way down the hall. McDougal, Morag. Ravenclaw. Macmillan, Ernie. Hufflepuff. Malfoy, Draco. Draco got up and walked to the stool with the posture of a boy on a leash. He sat down. He let the hat come down. The hat was, Harry saw, though it was not obvious to most of the hall, taking its time on Draco. It was taking longer than it had on anybody. It took, at last, 31 seconds, which was long enough to make McGonagall lift an eyebrow, and then it shouted, "Slytherin." And Draco, visibly a little relieved, went to the green table, where he was caught and clapped on the back by a small pale dark-haired girl who was, Harry would later learn, Pansy Parkinson. Moon, Lily. Ravenclaw. Not, Theodore. Slytherin. Parkinson, Pansy. Slytherin. Patil, Parvati. Gryffindor. Padma Patil, at the Ravenclaw table, waved across at her sister with a dignity that fooled nobody. Perks, Sally Ann. Hufflepuff. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. It did not quite gasp, there had been time in the papers to get used to the idea that Harry Potter was going to be sorted, but it did go quiet. Harry walked up to the stool. Professor McGonagall, with unexpected gentleness, bent and whispered, "Just relax, Mr. Potter. Good. Sit down, and put the hat on his head." And for Harry Potter, for the only time in his school life, the sorting hat took its time. "Interesting," said the small dry voice in his ear. "Very interesting. You're a Potter. I remember your father. Very Gryffindor. Your mother was Gryffindor too, though I almost put her in Ravenclaw for the joy of the argument. But you, Mr. Potter. You're not what I expected. Isn't that good?" asked Harry. "It is," said the hat, making sure to sound slightly offended by the question. "You've been raised, Mr. Potter, by a Black. Raised at Black expense. Raised among Blacks. You are, to my nose, 3 parts Potter and 1 part Black, and the Black runs deeper than your blood, because it is the black part of you that chose. Do you know that? Everything you are that is Potter was given to you. Everything you are that is black you have had to pick up. All right, said Harry. What does that mean? It means, the hat said, that you would do beautifully in Slytherin. Harry thought about that for a moment. Not a long moment. Long enough to say, but my dad was a Gryffindor. Your dad, said the hat, is dead, and did not make you what you are. There was a small silence, a silence only Harry could hear. He thought of Sirius, making breakfast. He thought of Remus, reading aloud. He thought of Hermione, running down the kitchen steps in her dressing gown at 4 in the morning to check that the front lock had clicked. He thought of Dora, and her pink hair, and her insistence that you look after your own. He thought of the long thin figure of Andromeda at the stove. He thought, they would all be all right with Slytherin. Hermione is in Ravenclaw, said the hat. Your friend Weasley is not yet sorted, but he will be in Gryffindor. You want to follow. You would make a very fine Gryffindor. You have your father's shape of courage. But Slytherin would make you greater. Slytherin would give you allies among the people who were taught to hate you. Slytherin would put you in the room where the rot is, and you, Mr. Potter, have been raised by a man whose whole life has been a cleaning up of rot. You have a talent for that cleaning. Gryffindor would love you. Slytherin would change you. Slytherin needs you. What does Slytherin look like for a Potter? Dangerous, said the hat, and honest. You will not have an easy first term. You will have one where it matters. Harry drew in a slow breath. Do it, he said. The hat took a fractional pause, as if to make sure. Then it shouted to the whole hall, at last, the thing nobody had expected, Slytherin. The silence after that shout was the loudest silence the great hall had had in a century. Then Draco Malfoy, seated at the green table, next to Pansy Parkinson, opposite Theodore Nott, stood up, clapped, once, deliberately, and sat down. Pansy, who had been trained since birth to take her cue from a Malfoy, clapped. Theodore clapped. Daphne Greengrass clapped. One by one the first years at the Slytherin table clapped, because the first years at the Slytherin table were, as ever, following the small pale boy at the head of their year, and then the older Slytherins clapped, slower and less happily, because older Slytherins did not want to be seen to be surprised by anything. The Gryffindor table, after a long pause, clapped too, though with considerable bewilderment. The Ravenclaws, professionally curious, clapped. The Hufflepuffs clapped because they always did. And at the staff table, a man in black robes with greasy hair and a hooked nose sat so still he might have been carved, and a man with a purple turban shivered very slightly, and Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, with the smallest and most puzzled of smiles, nodded once as though something had been answered that he had not dared to ask. Harry walked down between the tables. He did not look at the Gryffindors as he passed. He did not look at the Ravenclaws, because if he had he would have wanted to cry. He sat down next to Draco. Draco did not look at him either. Draco, without moving his mouth very much, said, "Cousin. Cousin. I did not expect that." "Neither did I. My father will be pleased." "I am sorry," said Harry, mildly, "to please your father." Draco's mouth twitched. "Ha. Yes. Well. We shall manage our own pleasures, shall we? Pansy, move down. My cousin needs somewhere to put his plate." Pansy Parkinson, who had been staring at Harry like a cat staring at a bird, moved. She moved with ill grace. But she moved. Thomas, Dean. Gryffindor. Turpin, Lisa. Ravenclaw. Weasley, Ronald. Ron walked up to the stool with his ears bright red. The hat did not take long. It went, in its booming voice, Gryffindor, before the hat had fully settled. Ron practically skipped down to the red table, to a seat his brothers had saved for him with a great deal of noise. He sat. He looked across the hall. He caught Harry's eye. He did a complicated shrug that meant, "We will work this out, mate," and Harry did a complicated shrug back that meant, "Yes, we absolutely will," and that, at the age of 11, was as much as could be managed of a promise. Zabini, Blaze. Slytherin. The sorting ended. Dumbledore rose. He spoke. He did not say much. Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat down. The hall, which had not quite recovered its breath since Harry's sorting, laughed in relief, and the feast appeared. It was the most astonishing meal Harry had ever eaten, which was saying something, because Molly Weasley had cooked in his kitchen 3 weeks before. Roast chicken. Mashed potatoes. Beef. Sausages. Yorkshire puddings. Steaks. Mint humbugs. Pies. Peas. Everything a boy could wish. Draco ate with surgical precision, cutting his food into tiny pieces. Harry ate like a boy who had been raised by Sirius, which was to say with enthusiasm and a few elbows. Pansy Parkinson, across from them, watched Harry eat with the visible distaste of a girl who had been told, before leaving home, that the Potter boy had been raised by dogs, and who had come prepared to have this confirmed, but who was discovering that the boy had table manners somewhere between Draco's and a wolf's, and was finding this unhelpful. "Potter," she said, after a while. "Parkinson. Your mother was, I'd like you," said Harry, still chewing, "to finish that sentence with something I would like to hear from you, or not at all, because I can keep eating very happily either way." Pansy stared at him. Then she said, "Your mother was a Gryffindor." "She was. They say she was fierce." "They're right." "All right," said Pansy, because she had been taught, among other things, to accept information, and she accepted it now. She turned to Draco. "Your cousin is strange. You'll get used to it." At the Ravenclaw table, Hermione was being interviewed. "What's your favorite subject? What's your favorite book? Do you know, actually, what I found useful in first-year charms? Have you met Flitwick? He's ours." Padma sat next to her and fielded what questions she could with a trainee's calm. Penelope Clearwater, across the table, kept nodding at Hermione as though she were a long-expected parcel that had arrived in good order. "You've got a brother in Slytherin," said a small boy beside her, a second-year named Anthony Goldstein. "Is that going to be weird?" "Yes," said Hermione. "But we're siblings. He stays my brother in any house. And that Weasley? He's Harry's best friend. We'll work it out. Ravenclaw is very separate, Granger. You should know that. We don't do a lot of interhouse." "Will do," said Hermione sweetly, "the interhouse I want to do." "Thank you, Anthony." Anthony Goldstein, whose job it had been to convey this piece of useful Ravenclaw tradition to the first year, closed his mouth. The feast ended. The plates vanished. Dumbledore rose again, gave notices. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden. Argus Filch had a list. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anybody who did not wish to die a most painful death, and dismissed them to bed. The first years were marshaled. The Ravenclaw first years went up to the West Tower, Hermione at their head. The Hufflepuffs went down to their basement. The Gryffindors went to their tower. And the Slytherins, Harry among them, went down. Down, and down, and down, through old cool passages that smelt of lake water and stone, to a blank stretch of wall in a corridor that had no corners. A boy at the front of their party, their prefect, a tall blond 7th year with a scar on his chin whose name was Terence Higgs, turned to them and said, "This is how you get in," and spoke a word so softly Harry could only just hear it. The wall shifted. The wall opened. And Harry Potter walked into a long green room lit with silver-green light from its high windows, and realized, with a jolt, that those windows were under the Black Lake. A giant squid, very large and very placid, drifted past behind the glass. "Oh, brilliant," Harry breathed. Draco, at his elbow, allowed himself a small smile. "Yes, cousin. Welcome home." Higgs lined them up. He gave them the standard lecture: loyalty to the house, present an unbroken face outside, disputes inside the common room. He ended on an unexpected note. "This year, we have a Potter." "I know. A Potter sorted into Slytherin for the first time in the school's history. I do not care what your parents have told you. I care what I tell you, and what I tell you is that Harry Potter is a Slytherin. If I hear that anyone in this house has laid a hand on him, I will personally feed you to the Thestrals." He paused. "Likewise, Potter, you are expected to behave. Any more questions?" Harry raised his hand. "Do any of us get a say in where we sleep? Dormitory assignments are by the head of house. Since that's Professor Snape and Snape never does us any favors, no." "All right. Bed. 7 in the morning. Breakfast. Timetables." In the boys' dormitory, Harry, Draco, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, Harry sat on the edge of his bed and opened his trunk. Under his clothes was a package wrapped in brown paper, with a neat label in Sirius's hand: "Open me first." Harry opened it. It contained a letter, a bar of Honeyduk's Best, a very small brass key with a note reading Hedwig's best perch is in the west, and a tiny framed photograph of a man with round glasses and a woman with very red hair, standing together in a kitchen, laughing. Harry looked at the photograph for a long time. Then he looked at the letter. "Pop. If you are reading this, it is the first night of the rest of your life. I am proud of you. I am proud of you before I know where they put you. I will be proud of you whether you are prefect next year or whether you get 30 detentions. Your father would be proud of you. Your mother would be proud of you. We love you. Write to me. If something is wrong, tell Hermione, and Hermione will tell me, because that is a line of communication I trust. Tomatoes." Harry read it twice. Then he folded it. He put the photograph on the small shelf above his bed, in a place where he could look at it before sleep. He pulled the curtains of his four-poster, he lay on his back, he said, softly, into the dark, "Tomatoes," which was, for him, a prayer, and he closed his eyes. 3 floors up, in a tower he had not yet seen, Hermione Granger sat cross-legged on her bed with the curtains open and an open copy of Hogwarts, a history in her lap. She was not reading it. She was listening to the tower. The tower was warm and creaky and was, apparently, chatty. It made little noises as the wind pressed on it. She had sat at the Ravenclaw table for the length of a feast. She had felt, across the hall, when Harry had been sorted into Slytherin, the way you feel when somebody pushes a door open in another room of your house. She knew, by reading the back of his shoulder blades from that distance, that he had chosen it, and that the hat had not simply put him there, and she knew, too, that it was the right thing for him, and that it was going to be very hard, and that she was going to be in a different tower, and that she did not intend to let that matter. She reached into her trunk. She took out Dora's little mirror. She whispered into it, "Dora." Dora's face swam into view, sleepy, makeup half off, at 1 in the morning. "Baby cousin. All right? Harry's in Slytherin." There was a pause. Then Dora said, "Oh. Oh, Merlin. Padfoot's going to combust. Don't tell him yet." "Yeah. Let me tell him, in the morning." "All right." Hermione, "Yes. Harry's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. He was raised right. He'll make Slytherin better. Go to bed." "I am going to bed." "Good. Out." Hermione put the mirror down. She lay back. And from deep below her, under the floors and through the stone, she could have sworn, though it was impossible, that she heard her brother breathing, perfectly in time with her, under the lake. Down in the dungeons, a man with black robes stood by an iron door and looked for a long time at his own hands. Severus Snape had expected many things this evening. He had not expected a Potter at his table. He had not expected a Potter whose eyes were James Potter's eyes shape for shape but whose way of sitting was, not James Potter. Not James. It was Sirius Black's. Sirius Black's particular way of laying his elbows on a table and daring the world to tell him to take them off. He had not expected a Potter who had just been sorted into his house, into his responsibility, into his year, and who was, by circumstance, the son of a man Snape had hated for 20 years. He pushed open the door. He went down the corridor. He walked past the common room and heard, inside, laughter, and one laugh, bright and unfamiliar, was James Potter's laugh. Snape closed his eyes against a wall. He stood there for perhaps 30 seconds. Then he opened his eyes and said, to no one, all right. He went to his office. He did not sleep. And high in a tower far above everyone, a very old man with half-moon spectacles sat at his desk and wrote a letter that he did not send. My dear Sirius, I have news about your son. You are not to panic. He is well. He has simply chosen, yes, chosen, Slytherin. I should like to speak with you about this, at your convenience, because I think, on reflection, that it may be the best thing that has happened to either of us. The hat does not make sorting mistakes. And Slytherin may, this year, find itself being, for the first time in its history, the house of Harry Potter's protection. I shall write again tomorrow. A. He read it. He signed it. He did not send it. He put it in a drawer. He tapped the drawer once, and it sealed itself, and he went to bed. In Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy sat up very late at his desk. A letter had come in from his son, written in the cool tight hand of a boy who was trying very hard to convey a great deal with economy. Potter sorted Slytherin. He read it 3 times. Then he put it down very carefully. He raised his glass. He said, so. Sir, said a house elf that had been hovering. Nothing. Go to bed. The elf bowed. It left. Lucius Malfoy sat alone at his desk, next to an unsealed wooden box in which lay a black unmarked diary. He did not open the box. He did not need to. His plan, he thought, had just adjusted itself. Slytherin suited him better. His son would be close to the Potter boy in a way he had not dared to hope. He would have time to make the right placement of the right object at the right moment. Patience, he had written to himself earlier. Patience. Yes. A year is a long time. He closed the box. He stood. He went to bed. And above him, in a chamber of a great castle 500 miles north, 3 children slept for the first time under 400 years of stone. Sirius Black learned about the sorting at 6 in the morning, because Hermione was a child of her word and she had told Dora she would tell Sirius in the morning, and the morning, for Hermione, had started at 5:30. She had written her letter in the blue pre-dawn, and Sirius had received it on his pillow, dropped by a small school owl that had then made itself at home in his water jug. He sat up. He read it. Harry's in Slytherin, pads. He chose it. He was fine when I saw him. He isn't going to write until after his first lesson because he doesn't want you to write back anything you haven't had time to think about. I love you. H. Sirius sat very still. Remus came in, because Remus came in whenever he heard Sirius moving early, and stood in the doorway and waited. He's in Slytherin, said Sirius. He is. He chose it. Remus sat on the edge of the bed. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, he chose it. Good lad. Moony. Yes. You're going to have to say that again. I said, good lad. You did. I'll say it as many times as you need. Remus leaned his shoulder gently into Sirius's. He's your son, Padfoot. He was raised by a black. A black in Gryffindor is a black letting his breeding make his choices for him. A Potter in Slytherin is something else. Something we have not had in this country in a long time. Sirius pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. Bloody Salazar. Bloody. Bloody. I was going to get out my old tie. You can still wear the tie. Wear it for James. Wear it for Lily. Just put a Slytherin pin on the other lapel for your son. Sirius laughed, a small wet laugh. Yeah. Yeah, all right. He wrote back. His letter went out on an owl an hour later. Harry received it at breakfast, sitting next to Draco at the Slytherin table under the silver-green light. Pop. Of course you did. You are my son in every way that matters, and blacks have been in Slytherin for 1,000 years, and I am very proud of you. Your father would be proud of you too. He used to say, out of the blue, when we were at school, that the best prank he could think of would be to walk up to the Slytherin table, sit down, and steal their pudding. Well, Pop. You're sitting down to their pudding. Have 2 helpings. We love you. We love you. Tomatoes. Tomatoes twice. Right. Harry folded the letter. He put it in his pocket. He turned to Draco and said, very casually, as if he were not about to cry, pass the marmalade, cousin. Draco passed the marmalade. Pansy, on his other side, watched. She saw, though Harry would not have believed it, that his hand was steady, and she filed that quietly, because Pansy was 11 and had been trained to file things. Their first lesson of the new life was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. McGonagall, who had taught the Marauders and survived, looked at the Slytherins she was about to receive and noted Harry's face and did not allow her own face to change. She lectured them. She turned her desk into a pig, and back. She set them to turning matchsticks into needles. Hermione, up in Ravenclaw, was doing the same in a different room. Hermione got hers silver and pointed on the 3rd try, which Flitwick, who was also her head of house, awarded 5 points for. Harry got his silver but still shaped like a match. McGonagall, passing, lowered her voice and said, a respectable first attempt, Mr. Potter. Your father got his on his 7th. Read the wand motion section tonight. Yes, Professor. And Mr. Potter. Yes. Welcome to Hogwarts. That afternoon was charms with Flitwick, who squeaked with joy at the sight of Hermione and treated the rest of the class like slightly less delicious biscuits. Hermione levitated her feather at the first try. Her housemates stared. Terry Boot, with considerable good humor, said, show off, and Hermione said, equably, you'll get there, Terry, and she said it with such unfeigned kindness that Terry did, in fact, get there by the end of the hour. The week went on. Potions, on Friday, was the thing Harry had been both dreading and hoping for. Snape swept into the dungeon classroom like a black wind. He took the register. At Potter, Harry, he paused. He looked up. His black eyes fixed on Harry. Our new celebrity, he said, in his soft half voice. Mr. Potter. If you are as clever as your Ravenclaw sister, we shall get along. If you are as lazy as your namesake, we shall not. Tell me. If I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, what would I get? Harry, who had been expecting this, and who had read the potions book 3 times with Hermione over the summer, and who had in any event been drilled by Remus on his mother's favorite potion, answered, evenly, the draught of living death, sir. Snape's expression did not change. And if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. My Uncle Remus uses it, so I remembered. There was a very small silence. Then Snape said, 5 points. To Slytherin. He paused. Do not expect me to make it a habit, Mr. Potter. He moved on. Draco, sitting next to Harry, whispered without moving his mouth, "He hates you." I noticed. He was looking at you like you were your father. I noticed that too. Oh, said Draco, with sudden interest, is this going to be a thing? Probably. Oh, good. Finally something amusing. I thought first year was going to be dull. Harry snorted. Snape, passing, did not see the snort but felt it, as a cold weather front feels a rumor of warm air, his mouth went thinner. That weekend, Harry and Hermione found each other in the library. It was a Saturday. Harry had come up from Slytherin to look for a book on Quidditch history. Hermione had come up from Ravenclaw because it was Saturday and she lived in the library now. She saw him in the stacks, dropped her book, and ran. Oof, oh, Harry, I know, you chose, I chose. Was it the right? It was the right. I'm already making friends, sort of. Draco's in my dorm. Blaze is alright. Nod is, actually interesting, he reads a lot, he reminds me a bit of you. Crabbe and Goyle are mostly furniture. Pansy hates me because she has to, but I think she's going to come round. Good. Good. I have 4 friends. Padma. Terry. Anthony. Penelope, if you count prefects. I am going to join the Charms Club. Flitwick has already invited me. Of course he has. Come and see me in my tower. I can't. Slytherins aren't allowed up there. Not officially. Hermione. I'm only saying. You are going to get us detentions on day 12. Day 14. Fine, 14. What about Ron? I saw him at breakfast. He's confused. He's not angry. We've agreed to do homework together in the library on Sundays. Brilliant. Sit down. I want to tell you about the 3rd floor corridor. What about it? I think there's something alive in it. Dumbledore said you'd die. Yes. Which is why I want to know what it is. Hermione. 14. I said 14. She laughed, and the library, which had not rung with laughter in a while, permitted it. Down in the dungeons, at roughly the same hour, a soft conversation was taking place between 2 fifth-year Slytherins who had decided to adopt Harry because adopting him was strategically better than either ignoring or confronting him. Their names were Gemma Farley and Adrian Pusey, and they were going to become, in quiet ways, his early shepherds in the house, which was fortunate, because across the common room, by the fire, 2 sixth-year boys with very pale eyes, whose parents had been recorded in an horror file called The First War, were watching Harry Potter with expressions that were not friendly at all. We're going to have to sort that, said Gemma, under her breath, nodding at the boys. We will, said Adrian. It'll take a term. Till then, we stick to him. All right, Potter. Come play chess. I'm rubbish at chess. We'll teach you. All right. They taught him. They did not mean it as a lesson in loyalty. It was. He learnt, over that first term, who in the house would be his and who would not, and he learnt it chiefly by playing chess with 5th-years who pretended they did not notice which 6th-years were watching, and he learnt that Slytherin loyalty, when it came, was not the loud loyalty of Gryffindor but a quiet loyalty that showed itself in who sat next to whom at meals. The first flying lesson came on the Thursday of the 2nd week. Slytherin and Gryffindor together, because the timetable makers had a sense of humor that dated from the 17th century and had not been updated since. Madam Hooch, grey-haired and yellow-eyed and as crisp as a new bandage, marched them out to the pitch and set them up in 2 rows, with their brooms lying on the grass. Stick out your right hand over your broom, she said, and say, up. Up, shouted 21st-years. Harry's broom jumped into his hand on the first try. So did Draco's, and Ron's, 2 rows over, and, Harry saw with surprise, Neville's, though the broom went up reluctantly, as though it too would have preferred to stay on the ground. Hannah Abbott's broom rolled. Seamus Finnegan's broom levitated uncertainly and then attacked him. Crabbe's broom did not move at all. Crabbe kicked it. It did not care. Harry, who had grown up riding Sirius's old racing broom around the back garden of Grimmauld Place, mounted his broom with the ease of a boy who had been waiting for this lesson since he was 3. Madam Hooch saw him. Madam Hooch's left eyebrow went a fraction of an inch higher. On my whistle. 3. 2. 1, Neville went up too fast. Neville, a nervous boy with his grandmother's voice in his ear, had kicked off before the whistle. He rose 10 feet, 20, come back, boy, come back. And slid off his broom, and fell, and hit the grass with the thump that the Hogwarts grounds knew intimately. Madam Hooch was at his side in 2 strides. Broken wrist. Come on, up you get, broken's nothing. Any of you, she said, rounding on the rest, who moves from the spot while I'm gone will find themselves out of Hogwarts so fast they won't have time to say Quidditch. She led Neville off. The class, left alone, stood. Draco bent down and picked something up from the grass. It was a small glass ball, filled with red mist. Neville had been clutching it before he fell. A remembrall. Gran sent it, said one of the Gryffindor girls, Parvati Patil, Padma's twin. Draco, give it back. Draco, whose whole life had been a rehearsal for this moment, opened his mouth. Harry, without hurrying, reached over and took the remembrall out of Draco's hand. I'll hold it, he said. I'll give it to Neville at dinner. And he tucked it firmly into the pocket of his robes. The world held its breath. Draco looked at Harry for a long second. Then he sniffed. Fine. Yours. Better than giving it to her. Oi, said Parvati. Parvati, said Harry, mildly, he wasn't going to actually, he was. He would have, said Draco, with injured dignity, but I have been raised up. Cousin, have you noticed? Harry laughed, and the Gryffindor girls laughed in spite of themselves, and whatever confrontation had been inflating itself deflated. When Madam Hooch came back, she found them on the ground where she had left them, and the lesson continued, and Harry did not show off on his broom, because he did not need to. He had decided, over the summer, that showing off was for Quidditch trials and not for charms classes. Quidditch trials. Which meant, of course, that he was trying out. Gemma Farley, informed of the flying lesson story by Adrian Pusey over breakfast, came up to Harry 2 days later and said, without preamble, Potter. Seeker. First year rules being waived. You're trying out Saturday. I wasn't going to try out. You are now. Marcus Flint has decided. He'd like a word. Oh, said Harry, of course he has. Right. Saturday. And on Saturday he went out onto the pitch with Flint, a large, grim 6th year with teeth like a crocodile, and Gemma and Adrian, and he caught the snitch 4 out of 4, and Flint glared at him like a man who has discovered he is going to have to be grateful to an 11-year-old, and he said, through those teeth, you're on the team, Potter. You tell anyone and I'll feed you to the squid. Harry said he would not tell anyone. He told Hermione within the hour. Hermione, in her own way, had been making quieter trouble. She had decided, on the Monday of the 3rd week, that she wanted to watch Professor Binns teach, to see whether the rumors were true that he had been dead for 40 years and had not noticed. She had gone to the 3rd floor corridor, the forbidden one, out of what she would later describe as scientific thoroughness. She had not gone in. She had stood outside, and listened. She had heard, and Harry would not believe her when she told him, a deep, deep rumble of snoring, several voices of snoring, which she had calmly counted to 3. 3 what? 3 heads, Harry. 3 throats. That's a Cerberus. Yes. Hermione. I only stood at the door. Hermione. I learned something. You're going to get us both killed. Unlikely. I learnt, said Hermione with satisfaction, what the 3rd floor corridor has in it. Which is a Cerberus. Which is the sort of guard dog you install when you are guarding a thing of very, very great value. Harry. What do you think it is? I don't care. You are not going back there. Of course I am. Hermione. I am going to wait, said Hermione, until somebody else tries to go in, and then I am going to find out what they are trying to go in for. Because somebody else is going to try, Harry. Or there would be no reason to guard it. Harry, who had known for 5 years that arguing with Hermione was only a way of clarifying her position in her own head, sighed. Fine. But you take me. And we don't go alone. Ron. Ron. Maybe Neville. Maybe Draco. Draco? Draco is lonely, Hermione. Harry. He is. Trust me. I sleep next to him. All right. Draco. If he'll come. He'll come. He doesn't know it yet, but he will. There was, in any case, the question of Ron. Harry and Ron had, in that first fortnight, fallen into a pattern that worked only because both boys were willing to work at it. They ate breakfast together some mornings in the Great Hall, Harry crossing the aisle to sit at the Gryffindor end so long as no older Gryffindor told him not to, which happened sometimes but passed. They did homework in the library with Hermione at Sunday lunchtimes. They walked to lessons together when their timetables permitted. And they had, on the Wednesday of the second week, had their first real fight, which had lasted 12 minutes and had ended with them sitting on the stairs eating the last of Molly's pocket pies. It had been about, of all things, whether Snape was biased. Ron had said yes. Harry had said not more than most teachers in most schools, he's a bit of a cliché. Ron had said, that's what a Slytherin would say, and Harry had said, yes, Ron, I am a Slytherin, and Ron had gone the red that came with realizing the thing he had said. They had sat on the stairs. They had eaten the pies. Ron had said, sorry. Harry had said, I know. And that had been that. Hermione had observed all of it from the landing, had said nothing, and had told Sirius by letter that they were going to be fine, which Sirius had read sitting at the kitchen table with his head in his hands and had then gone out into the garden to shout joyfully at the sky. At the end of that weekend, in the small quiet of the Slytherin common room, Draco pulled a package from the bottom of his trunk, one he had not shown Harry before. It was in brown paper. There was no card. Draco undid the paper. Inside was a black leather-bound diary. No name. No writing. Draco turned it over. He frowned. He said, I didn't pack this. No. Really, I didn't. Harry, who had been on a sofa with a book, sat up. Open it. Draco opened it. The pages were completely blank. It's a diary. With nothing in it. Yes. And you didn't pack it. No. Harry reached for it. Draco, without thinking, pulled it back. His fingers tightened on the cover. He did not know why. He said, slowly, it feels warm. Give it here. Harry, Draco. Give me the diary. Draco, shaking his head very slightly as if to clear it, handed the diary to Harry. Harry took it. It did feel warm. It did not feel right. He shut it. He wrapped it back up in its brown paper. He put it on a shelf high above the fire. He said, tomorrow morning, cousin. We're taking this to a professor. Which professor? McGonagall. Or Flitwick. Anyone but Snape. Why not Snape? Because, cousin, if this is something one of us put in somebody's trunk, and it wasn't one of us, then somebody with a higher position than a head of house sent it, and the head of house is, his friends. Whose friends? Harry looked at Draco. He did not answer. Draco, after a long pause, nodded once. Tomorrow morning, he said. Tomorrow morning. They went to bed. The diary stayed on the shelf. In the small hours of the morning, a draft moved through the common room, stirred the brown paper, and lifted one corner of it, and a faint voice, so faint it might have been the lake outside, said a single word that was either a name or a sigh. Harry, in his four-poster, did not hear it. But Crookshanks, 3 floors up, did, and woke, and bristled, and for the rest of the night sat on Hermione's pillow with his fur straight up on his back, staring at the door. In his office, in the dead watch of the night, Albus Dumbledore opened the drawer he had sealed on the first day of term, took out the letter he had never sent, read it once more, and burned it in the candle at his desk. Then he took fresh parchment. He wrote, in a hand that was less steady than it had been at sorting, "Dear Sirius, the castle has something in it that does not belong to it. It is not, I think, what I placed there for safekeeping. It is something else. I am watching. Come, if you will, the first weekend in November. Bring Remus. That letter, he did send. And as the dawn came up over Hogwarts on a Monday morning, 500 miles to the south a black owl settled on a black windowsill, and Sirius, who was already awake, read the letter twice, went very pale, and called up the stairs, "Moony. Pack a bag. We're going north in a month." "What for?" called Remus. "Dumbledore's asking." Sirius rubbed his mouth. "And the headmaster doesn't ask for nothing. He's found something in that castle that shouldn't be there, and I think I know its name, and I think it is looking, already, for my son." He folded the letter. He put it in his coat. "Creature. Biscuits. I'm going to want them for the train." Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Troll, the Trap, and the Teacher and the Turban. Professor McGonagall looked at the diary on her desk as if it had personally insulted her. "You found this," she said, "in Mr. Malfoy's trunk." "Yes, Professor." "And neither of you packed it." "No, Professor." "And neither of you opened it." "No, Professor." "You came to me as soon as you realized." "As soon as we realized," Harry said, "yes, Professor." McGonagall did not touch the diary. She did not, in any way, look hasty. She looked at the diary for a long moment, the way you look at a thing that has been put down in your parlor by a guest who should not have had it. Then she rose, went to the door, locked it with a flick of her wand, and returned to her desk. "Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. Listen to me. I am going to ask you a series of questions, and I am going to ask you to answer them truthfully. Did either of you touch this diary with a wand in your hand?" "No." "No." "Did either of you read from this diary?" "No." "No." "Did either of you write in this diary?" "No." "No." "Did either of you," and here her voice was very soft, "feel the diary try to pull you?" A silence. Harry said, slowly, "I didn't." "Draco?" Draco looked at the corner of the rug. "When I first opened it. For a second. It wanted me to look at a page. I didn't. I gave it to Harry." "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. That was well done. Mr. Potter, I am going to place a privacy charm on this conversation and I want you both to be very careful about repeating any of what I am about to say." She tapped her wand on the door. Then, against his temple, she sat. "I do not know what this is. I suspect. I will ask the headmaster. I will also be sending a message, by Flu, to Mr. Potter's father, and to Mr. Malfoy's mother, no, to Draco's Flinch, not your father, Mr. Malfoy. If this diary came from your trunk, and was not put there by yourself or by your mother, then it was put there by the only other person at Malfoy Manor who has access to your trunk, which is your father, and I will trouble your mother to confirm or deny. Sit down, Mr. Malfoy. Breathe. Professor, sit down." Draco sat. His hands were white on his knees. McGonagall softened, very slightly. "You are not in trouble. You have done the right thing. You did the right thing, in fact, before you had any reason to know what it was. But I need you both to understand that this is a matter that goes above my head, and that until we know what the diary is, it is going to be kept somewhere it cannot reach either of you. You will not speak of it to your housemates. You will not speak of it in letters. You will not speak of it to anyone outside this room. Am I understood? Yes, Professor. Yes, Professor. Very well. Go to lunch. They went, both of them dazed. In the corridor, Harry looked at Draco and said, "Cousin." "Yes. Are you all right?" Draco opened his mouth to say yes. Then he closed it. Then he said, "No. But I will be. Good man. Cousin. If my father gave me that thing, what is he doing? I don't know yet. Is he on the wrong side?" "I think," said Harry, carefully, because he had been thinking about exactly how to say this for a fortnight, "that your father thinks there is only one side, and that he has to be on it, because he backed it once already and he thinks if he doesn't back it again it will find out. I don't think it's malice in the normal way. I think it's fear dressed up as strategy." Draco walked for a while in silence. "That's almost kind of you, cousin. I was raised by a black. We are kind to our complicated cousins. Up to a point." "Up to what point?" "We'll see." McGonagall's full call to Narcissa Malfoy, that same afternoon, was a brief, cold conversation which ended with Narcissa Malfoy saying, "Thank you for alerting me, Professor. I will take care of my end," in a voice that made McGonagall, who was not easily moved, pause for a moment and say, "Narcissa. You have not, in this, been wrong. I am glad you sent your son here. So am I, Minerva. Let me know how he does." "He is doing well. He is surprising me. He is surprising me also." The fluke cleared. McGonagall sat for a long minute at her desk. Then she wrote, in her clipped elegant hand, a second letter that afternoon, this one to Sirius Black. Her letter to Sirius did not mention the diary, on the headmaster's advice. What it said was, "Your son has found something that bothers me. I wanted you to know. We are looking at it. You will hear from Albus shortly." Potions with Snape in the first week of October became a small campaign. Snape asked Harry a question every Friday. Every Friday Harry answered it. Snape awarded no more points. "You will not be rewarded for doing your homework, Mr. Potter. Doing your homework is the floor, not the ceiling," but he also, pointedly, did not insult Harry the way he insulted Neville, who had inherited the role of the lessons punching bag and who took it, under Hermione's tuition, with surprising steadiness. Draco, between them, had begun to brew well. He had a small talent for it that he had never before had any reason to develop, because his father had been content to buy the house its potions. Brewing calmly next to his cousin at the back of the class, he had once, Harry noticed, softly cried, and had wiped his eyes on his sleeve and hoped Harry had not seen, and Harry had pretended not to have seen. Ron, in the next lesson over, had had a long conversation with Harry about how Snape made him feel, at the end of which Ron had said, "Mate. Not being funny. But I would rather be anywhere in this castle than in that dungeon." And Harry, who had grown up in a dungeon of his own, had laughed, and had said, "Fair enough, Weasley. I'm fine. I'll survive him." Sirius, on receipt of it, went at once to the one place he could go when he could not go north, which was the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. He sat there across from Remus and they looked at each other. "Padfoot, you can't just turn up." "I can if he tells me to turn up." "He hasn't yet." "He will, Moony. I know Albus. He writes the letter he needs to write at the time he needs to write it and not a minute before. Then you wait for it." "Then I wait for it." Creature, who had been listening from the doorway with the solemn concentration of an elf who considered Master's problems to be his own, silently began to pack a bag. The weeks went by. October came in with cold clear mornings and the tang of wood smoke in the castle corridors. The first years stopped getting lost. Harry made Seeker in his practice trial. The Slytherin sixth years who had glared at him in the common room began to, not smile at him, but at least to not actively glare. The two in particular whom Gemma had warned her about, Marcus Avery and Arcturus Raoul, continued to watch him. Harry, who had grown up watching for watchers, watched them back. Hermione had begun, in those weeks, to live in the library in a way that frightened even Madame Pants, who had seen a great deal. She had built herself a kind of scholarly fortress on a table in the back, and she had made 3 alliances there. The first was with a 4th-year Ravenclaw called Cho Chang, who had the habit of studying late and who showed Hermione where the key reference books on curses and counter-curses were kept. The second was with a Hufflepuff prefect, a girl of 16 named Tonks, no relation, she said, to the Aurors, who had told Hermione, one night, while they shared a biscuit creature had sent her, about the system of ghosts at Hogwarts and who would talk to a student if asked politely. The third was with the Grey Lady herself, the ghost of Ravenclaw House, who had appeared at Hermione's elbow one evening while she was reading a dull book about enchanted objects and had said, very softly, "Not that one, child. The one on the shelf under it." Second from the left, and had drifted on, and Hermione had gone to the shelf under it, second from the left, and found a small book called Carriers, a history of wizarding objects that should not exist. She had read it cover to cover in a week. She had told Harry about it, finally, at the end of October, with a finger pressed to her lips. "Harry. A Horcrux." "A what?" "A Horcrux. You split off a piece of yourself. You put it in a thing. And then if your body dies, the piece lives on, and can come back. Harry. I think you are one." Harry had stared at her. "Hermione. That is a thing that I would be honestly very grateful to you for never saying out loud ever again." "All right. Fine. But listen. That diary, yes. I think it's another one." He had sat down, very slowly, on a library chair. He had looked at her. He had looked at Crookshanks, who was curled, as always, on her shoulder. He had said, "Then we have to tell Dumbledore." "We will." "Not yet. After Halloween. When we know more." "Hermione, after Halloween." And Halloween, as it happened, had come faster than either of them had expected, and they had told Dumbledore, in the end, in his own office at midnight, with cocoa cooling between them, the rest of the things they had deduced, and Dumbledore had nodded, and Dumbledore had said, when Hermione, with great delicacy, offered him the word Horcrux, a thing that neither of them would repeat, outside each other, for the whole of the rest of their lives. What he had said was, "Yes, Miss Granger. You are very quick. You are also going to have to be very quiet." She had been. Slytherin's first Quidditch match of the year came at the end of the month. Slytherin against Gryffindor, of course, because the timetable makers had not run out of cheek since the Normans. Harry, the youngest Seeker in 100 years, spent the 3 nights before the match so ill with nerves that Gemma confiscated his pudding and put him to bed by 9. Sirius sent a howler on the morning of the match, not an angry howler, a cheerful one. It shouted, "Go on, PUP, do it for James and for Lily and for your very irritated 5th-year prefect who tells me you have been unable to eat for 3 days. Love you. Tomatoes," and then it began to sing a rude song, which Harry cut off with a horrified swipe of his wand before any of his dorm mates could catch the second verse. The match lasted 12 minutes. For most of them, Harry did not see the snitch. What he saw, 3 times, was his own broom jerk under him, jerk in a specific, ugly way that Gemma had warned him about once, a tampered broom. The 3rd time, his hands actually came off the handle. He heard Hermione, in the stands, scream his name. Up in the teacher's box, Severus Snape did not appear to be watching the match. He appeared to be watching his own knees. His wand, however, held hidden in his sleeve, was working, and on the other side of the pitch, Professor Quirrell's purple turban bobbed once, twice, and then Quirrell made a sudden strangled noise and sat down heavily. The broom stilled. Harry, who had been about to plummet into the Ravenclaw stands, caught himself with one arm. He heard the Gryffindors scream. He saw the Slytherin captain, old crocodile-toothed Flint, actually flinch. He swung back onto his broom. He caught the snitch in a dive 10 seconds later, mostly out of sheer self-preservation, because he decided if he did not catch it that day he was never going to ride a broom again. Slytherin won. The Slytherin common room was made mad with joy. Draco, unexpectedly loud, when moved, climbed up onto a table and insisted on a toast, to my cousin, the most reckless flyer at this school since my Aunt Bella, who, by the way, I do not endorse, and therefore the toast stands. Harry was carried off his feet. Blaise Zabini, whom Harry had scarcely spoken to, bought him butterbeer from the 7th years. Pansy, grudgingly, admitted he was not unbearable. Hermione came down, because she had been allowed to come down, under escort from Penelope Clearwater. She found Harry in the common room doorway, hugged him, hit him gently in the arm, and said, "Don't do that again." "Wasn't me. Broom was hexed." "I know. Snape fixed it." "Snape? I was watching the teacher's box. The hex was from Quirrell. Snape was counter-cursing him." "Harry. I think Quirrell is very wrong about something." Harry stared at her. "Quirrell?" "Yes. Think about it. Defense against the dark arts. The turban. The stammer, which Hagrid told me he only developed last summer. The rumor that he spent a year abroad and came back strange. Harry. Something followed him home. Hermione, I am not jumping. I am thinking. I am going to watch. You watch too." They watched. They watched carefully. And while they watched, Halloween approached, and the pumpkins came out, and nobody in that castle, had any idea yet that the Hogwarts Halloween of 1991 was going to be the strangest Halloween that school had seen in a generation. Halloween came on a Saturday. It was, in Hogwarts, a holiday. The corridors smelled of pumpkin. The hall was festooned with clouds of live bats. The ghosts put on a formation flypast. The kitchens had, by 11 in the morning, begun assembling the traditional Hogwarts Halloween feast, which was a meal built around the conviction that if you had not overeaten by the time you went to bed on Halloween, the year was going to go poorly. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Draco had agreed to all sit together at a single table of their own making, which meant a table at the very edge of the Gryffindor end, which was tacitly counted as no man's land, because the prefects of all 4 houses had had a conversation about it and had decided that a grouping this mixed was not worth quarreling over. The day started well. Harry won the morning's Quidditch friendly, a little warm-up against the Hufflepuff reserves. Hermione, in charms, had become the first student in Flitwick's memory to levitate her own desk by the end of a second week of Wingardium Leviosa. Ron had, somehow, at breakfast, made Crabbe laugh. Ron did not know how he had done it. He did not intend to find out. He did not want to be able to make Crabbe laugh a second time. He wanted to go on and tell the story of the first. It was Quirrell, shortly before the feast, who came stumbling into the great hall with his purple turban askew and his voice a thin squeal. "Troll! Troll! In the dungeon! Thought you ought to know." He fainted. The hall erupted. Dumbledore, rising, restored order with 2 words, "Purple fireworks," which he always used when he needed to startle the hall out of a noise, and which Harry had heard his godfather laugh about at least once. Prefects shepherded students to their common rooms. Percy Weasley, very grave, stood and called for his Gryffindors. The Slytherin prefects began to move. The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons. Gemma, frowning, said, "The dungeons? We're going to the dungeons." "Higgs, we're going to the dungeons, follow me," Higgs said grimly. "We take the route through the kitchens. Everybody stay together." Hermione, 3 tables over, was rising with Penelope Clearwater. Harry saw her. Harry's brain, which was a serviceable brain, ran the following calculation in half a second. Hermione was a Ravenclaw. Ravenclaws went up. Slytherins went down. Trolls were, at this moment, between them. Most obviously, Hermione was going to be sent up, and she was going to be safe. Less obviously, Hermione had been in the third-floor corridor last Thursday. She had told Harry at breakfast, that morning, that the Cerberus had been quieter than usual. Hermione's theory, formed over the preceding week, had been that somebody was going to use Halloween, a night of noise and distraction, to try whatever they had been planning. A troll in the dungeons, loosed by persons unknown, was exactly the sort of thing that would draw the professors downstairs and leave the third-floor corridor free. Harry did the other calculation. The third-floor corridor was on the third floor. Hermione would be going up. Hermione would be alone, or nearly alone, if she put her mind to it, and Hermione, with her mind made up, would put her mind to it. He leaned over to Draco. "Cousin. I'm going up." "What?" "Draco, listen. I don't think the troll is the point. Cover for me at the common room. Tell Higgs I got separated. Tell anyone who asks that I went to the loo before the warning and didn't come back. Harry, please." Draco looked at him for a long, long moment. Then he said, "Go. If you're not back by midnight I am telling everyone." "Fair." Harry slipped against the grain of the crowd. He was swallowed, in 20 feet, by the movement of 200 students. He was spat out at a staircase. He went up. He met Hermione on the second-floor landing, as he had known he would. She was alone, running. She had lost Penelope in the first crush. She saw him. She did not ask why he was there. "Third floor," she said. "Third floor. Harry, don't. I agree with you. Come on." They ran up the last staircase together. They heard, very far below them, a noise like a boulder being rolled through a stone passage. The noise was a troll. The troll was not at the top of any stairs. They came to the door of the third-floor corridor and they pulled out their wands. "Wait," Hermione whispered. She pressed her ear to the door. Harry did the same. The dog was not snoring. The dog was not barking. The dog was whining. The whine of a three-headed dog, very far off. "Somebody's got past him," Hermione said. "They're inside already." "How?" "Music puts Cerberuses to sleep." "How do you, I read?" "Come on." They pushed the door. It was not locked. The corridor smelled of dog. The dog was asleep, great as a mountain and gentle as a hill, with its 3 great heads slumped on its paws and a battered harp in a corner playing on a charm. There was a trapdoor. The trapdoor was open. "Down," said Harry. "Down." A voice behind them, very quiet, said, "Actually, up." They whipped round, wands raised. It was Professor Quirrell. He did not look afraid. He did not stammer. He looked, for the first time since Harry had met him, entirely unembarrassed. He looked almost pleased. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Miss Granger. Dear me. What a pair. Put down your wands." "No," said Hermione. "I said, put down your wands." "I said no," said Hermione. Quirrell's mouth curved. "You have been told, I expect, that I am a frightened little creature who is frightened even of his subject. I was in Albania last year, Miss Granger. I was. I did not return alone. Mr. Potter. Be good. Don't run." He had his own wand out now. Harry and Hermione stood side by side in the trapdoor corridor, the harp still twinkling on its charm, the Cerberus snoring 3 heads worth of air. "Sir," Harry said, stalling, "I think you ought to step out of our way." "Do you, now?" "Yes. Sir. I think," Harry went on, his mind running as fast as it had ever run, "that whatever is down that hole is being guarded by the school. I think you have been trying to get at it for a month. I think you used the troll as a distraction. I think it was you who put a diary in my cousin's trunk in September. Quirrell, who had not been expecting that, blinked. A diary? In Draco's trunk? I know nothing of a diary. That was, elsewhere. Elsewhere, Harry said. So not you. Someone else. Curious that you know that. You are sharper than I expected, Mr. Potter. Yes. Elsewhere. Quite a different elsewhere. You have several enemies, you see. You are fortunate. It is a sign of having enemies to have enemies. Sir, said Hermione, very calmly, who is the voice? Quirrell's eyes flared. You heard, the corridor, Hermione said. When we stood at the door and listened. There's a voice in the floor. It isn't the Cerberus. It isn't the harp. It isn't you. There's another voice. Who is it? I wonder, Quirrell said, slowly, if you are sharper than Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Who is it? My master. There was a silence. And then, from under the turban, came a voice, not Quirrell's, dry and awful and certain. Let me speak to them. Turn. Master, turn. Quirrell closed his eyes. He turned. And where the back of his head should have been, under a slip of stained silk, there was a face. Not a whole face. A sketch of a face, a pair of red, slit eyes. A mouth with no lips. A white skull-thin expression. A thing that should not have been there and was. Harry Potter, said the face. We meet again. Harry's legs did not run. Harry's legs stood. Harry's brain, he distantly observed, was making a number of connections that he would sort out later, among them, so this is what a Horcrux looks like when it's just a face. He did not say that aloud. He said, hello, Tom. The face went perfectly still. Tom. I know your name. My father knew your name. My godfather told me your name. You have been told lies, I have been told many things, Tom, and one of them is what you call yourself and what your people call you. I am not going to call you my lord. I am going to call you Tom Riddle. The face, for an instant, became a mask of such pure rage that Harry felt, somewhere in his bones, an echo from the cot in the ruined nursery at Godric's Hollow. Hermione stepped half a pace forward, half a pace in front of him. The stone, said the face, mastering itself. In the pit behind us. You are going to go down and get it for me. You are going to do it now. Or the girl dies, Harry Potter. She won't die, Harry said. I can kill her in a word. Quirrell's body is yours, and Quirrell's body has, I've noticed, a stammer. Harry took a slow small breath. Hermione. Run. Now. Get Dumbledore. I can stall him. He wants the stone. He can't do the stone business without me, because if he could he would have done it already. He is stuck on the mirror. Harry, Hermione. Go. The face screamed, seize her, and Quirrell turned, and threw a curse, and Hermione, who had practiced the shield charm every night for 6 weeks with her brother in the back garden after tea, threw her shield charm, and the curse bounced off and struck the harp, which went silent, and the Cerberus began, very slowly, to wake. Go, Harry shouted, and Hermione went, sprinting out of the corridor with her robes flying, and Harry turned back to Quirrell and to the face, and he raised his wand, and he said, with his voice mostly steady, Professor. I don't want to fight you. I want you to step away from that trapdoor. You have nerve, boy. I was raised by Sirius Black. Not a lot of choices there. Quirrell laughed. It was a horrid laugh. Sirius Black. The one they caught 13 muggles trying to catch. The one who got Pettigrew. The one who thinks you're his. Boy. Do you think he can save you now? No, Harry said. I think I have to do that bit myself. He moved. It was not a duellist's move, he had no idea how to duel. It was a black move. It was a serious move, which Sirius had drilled into him over 5 summers, never stand where they expect you to be. He threw himself sideways down into the trapdoor. Quirrell, startled, lunged. Quirrell's hand closed on Harry's ankle. Quirrell's hand began, at once, to smoke. "Itch, Mum," Harry said, very softly, to no one, "thanks." He did not know, quite, what the smoke meant. He knew it meant he was going to live. He twisted, the hand that had begun to smoke was holding him up out of the trapdoor, because Quirrell, burning or not, did not let go. He stretched. He grabbed the doorframe. He hauled himself up. Quirrell's hand, smoking worse, went to grip his other ankle. His other palm went black. Quirrell screamed, and the face on the back of his head screamed louder, and the Cerberus, one head awake now, then 2, then 3, lifted itself on its great paws and looked at them. "Off," said Harry, to the Cerberus, with a politeness he had picked up from Hagrid, who had once told him never to be rude to large animals. The Cerberus, surprised at politeness after its rude waking, looked at them both, and leapt. It did not land on Harry. It landed on Quirrell. Quirrell went down under 3 sets of jaws and an amount of fur. There was a sound, brief and dreadful, and then there was no sound. Harry did not watch. Harry had been told too often by his godfather never to watch a thing he did not want dreams of, and he looked away, and he backed out of the corridor, and he closed the door. He met Dumbledore on the 2nd-floor landing. Dumbledore had run. Dumbledore, at 111, had run. Harry saw with a shock that the old man was breathing hard. Hermione was half a pace behind. Snape was behind her, black robes billowing. And McGonagall, behind Snape. "Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore. "Sir." "He's dead, sir." "Professor Quirrell." "The Cerberus, sir." "It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. He, Mr. Potter." "Take a breath. Sit down. Miss Granger, hold his hand." Hermione held Harry's hand. Harry took a breath. He looked up into the old blue eyes that he had known almost as long as he had known Sirius, and he said, "Sir." He had him. He had Voldemort. On the back of his head. In a turban. "The stone is in the trapdoor. I think he failed to get it out." The last thing he said was something about a mirror. Dumbledore's face did not change. "Thank you, Harry. Severus, Minerva, secure the corridor. Now. I shall attend to the trapdoor myself. Harry, Miss Granger, I will want to speak with you both in my office before breakfast. Severus. See them to their houses." Snape did not speak to Harry the whole way down. Snape did not need to. Snape, at the door of the Slytherin common room, put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, the first and last time he would ever do such a thing in Harry's life, and said, not looking at him, "Your mother would have done exactly that. You are a credit to her." And then he turned. And then he was gone. Between the Quidditch match and Halloween, Hermione had written Sirius 3 long letters. Sirius had written back to each of them. The 3rd letter had included a photocopy. Ted Tonks had, years ago, bought a Muggle photocopier, and Sirius had developed a deep fondness for it, of a chapter from a book called Great Wizards of the 20th Century, and specifically the chapter on a man called Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had attended Hogwarts in the 1940s and who had never been officially confirmed to have become the Dark Lord but who was. Sirius wrote in the margin, almost certainly him. Hermione had read it. Hermione had written back. Harry had read it over her shoulder. Harry had recognized the photograph of the boy in the picture, and his whole stomach had clenched. "I know him," he had said. "I know his face." "You can't," Hermione had said. "Pup," Sirius had written in his next letter, 3 days later, "that face is your enemy, or was. Look at it until you have him in you the way I had my own father in me, and then put him down and never think of him again until you have to. Harry had looked at the face. He had not been able to stop looking at the face. The face was, if you took away the glare and the mouth, rather like Draco's a little, pale and fine-boned. Except Draco had grey eyes and a small nervous mouth and was ticklish, and Tom Riddle, in his photograph, had eyes that were perfectly black on the page and a mouth that did not quite close. On the night of Halloween, of course, he would see that face again, not on paper, and he would say Tom. It would not be an idle greeting. It would be the word he had been practicing since the day Sirius sent him the photocopy, because Sirius had told him, in a line Harry would never forget, that you name your enemies in your own tongue, because calling a man by the name he gave himself is a kind of leash. Harry had been, in short, better prepared for the corridor than Lord Voldemort had known. In the headmaster's office at midnight, Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a small battered mirror on it and poured 2 cups of cocoa. Harry and Hermione sat opposite. I cannot tell you, the headmaster said, everything I know. I will tell you what I can. The thing under the trapdoor is an object of extraordinary power. It was kept here temporarily because the place it usually lives has been compromised. Its owner, a very old man named Nicholas Flamel, has agreed with me tonight that it is time to destroy it. By the end of this week it will no longer exist. You saved several lives, Mr. Potter, by giving Professor Quirrell nothing to give his master. And you, Miss Granger, saved mine, and probably others, by fetching me. Drink your cocoa. Sir, said Harry. The diary, yes. Minerva has told me. Minerva has written to Narcissa. Minerva has also written to your godfather, who will be on the train by tomorrow morning. I have, tonight, after this conversation, an appointment with a man called Lucius Malfoy. I do not expect him to be particularly pleased to see me. Sir. He's dangerous. So am I, Mr. Potter. The headmaster smiled, once. Bed, both of you. Tomorrow you have classes. Sir, tomorrow you have classes. Sir, Harry began. Harry. Yes, sir. Your parents would be very proud of you. So would your godfather. And I am proud of you. Sleep now. I shall keep watch. That is a thing, I have found, that I am quite good at. They went. In the Slytherin dormitory, Draco was sitting upright in his four-poster with his wand in his lap, fully dressed, with a black eye he had got from Pansy when she had tried to stop him going to look for Harry in the dungeons himself. He saw Harry come in. He did not say a word. He got up, he walked over, and he hugged him, and Harry hugged back, and Blaise Zabini, waking up and seeing this, rolled over and went back to sleep, because whatever it was clearly none of his business. 3 floors up, Hermione lay on her bed with Crookshanks on her chest. She put a hand on Crookshanks's head. You knew. All that time. You knew, didn't you? Crookshanks, dignified, said nothing. Far to the south, in a house in Wiltshire, a small owl arrived from a deputy headmistress. A tall pale man opened the letter, read it, and put it down on his desk. He did not say anything. He did not move for a very long time. Then he rose, and took down a bottle of brandy, and drank 1 glass, and drank a second, and went up to his wife's room, and found her sitting at her dressing table, very calm, with a wand in her hand that was not pointed at him but that was, in a manner of speaking, ready. Narcissa, Lucius, she said, let us be clear. I have known about the diary for some time. I did not tell you, because I wanted to see what you would do with it. I have my answer. Pack what you need for tonight, sleep in the East Wing, and in the morning we will speak. Sissy, in the morning, Lucius. And at Hogwarts, Harry Potter, who had met the face of the man who had killed his parents, and had not flinched, because he had known, for 10 years, that he would not, fell asleep between his friends with his wand in his hand, and did not dream. 2 days later, at breakfast, Hedwig flew into the hall with a very fat envelope and dropped it in Harry's oatmeal. "Oh, elegant, Potter, your owl. I know, she's cross with me, I haven't written." He opened it. It was from Sirius. It was short. It said, "I am coming up to Hogsmeade. I want to see you. I want to see Hermione. I want to see Dumbledore. Saturday. 3 broomsticks. Tomatoes. Below it, in Remus's neat script, and I am coming with him. Because he will get in a fight otherwise. Below that, in Andromeda's slanting hand, and I am coming too, because somebody in this party has to order lunch. Below that, in a hand Harry did not know, but which Draco looked at over his shoulder and went pink at, and I as well. Your mother's coming. Harry said, to Draco. Yes. To meet mine. Yes. Oh, thank Merlin. I am going to hide in a cupboard. No, cousin, you are going to sit at the table with me and eat pie, because if she is going to meet them I am going to meet them, and I would like not to do so alone. Harry, despite everything, laughed. That Saturday, in the warm smoke and good wood of the 3 broomsticks, 3 grown adults related to Harry Potter met 3 grown adults related to Draco Malfoy, with Dumbledore making a quiet 7th, and the family of Black had, for the first time since 1975, all its surviving branches under one roof. Bellatrix was not there, because Bellatrix was in Azkaban. Walburga was not there, because Walburga was several years dead and burnt. Regulus was not there, because Regulus had been buried in an unmarked cave at the edge of a loch. Nobody there knew that yet, though a certain house elf had views. But Sirius came up and hugged his son, and Hermione, and shook Draco's hand, and Narcissa came up and kissed Draco on the temple, and offered Sirius her cheek to be kissed, which was as close to love as Narcissa got in public, and Andromeda, who had not seen her younger sister in 25 years, put her hand flat on the table between them and said, "Sissy." "Hello. Andy." "Hello." They did not fall on each other's necks. They were blacks. What they did was Narcissa opened her fingers very slightly on the table and Andromeda laid her hand over them, and Narcissa closed her fingers, and the both of them did not cry, because blacks did not cry in public, but Harry, who was sitting opposite, saw the moment and filed it, and decided, silently, that if Aunt Bellatrix ever came out of Azkaban he was personally going to put her back in. Some family feuds needed mending. Some did not. The lunch lasted 3 hours. Dumbledore joined them for the last, coming through the door in a fine green cloak and ordering a single pear cider. He listened. He spoke little. He told them, at the end, that Nicholas Flamel had come up to Hogwarts that morning, that the stone had been recovered intact from the trapdoor chamber, that it had been destroyed by Flamel himself in the headmaster's office at 11 o'clock, and that the wraith of Voldemort, because that was what Quirrell had been hosting, a wraith, not a body, had fled the Cerberus chamber and was now, so far as could be determined, somewhere in the forests of Albania again, where it had spent the last 10 years. "So he'll be back," said Sirius, flatly. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "When?" "I do not know. Not soon. Perhaps not for some years. But he will be back, and he will need a body, and he will be looking for the people who humiliated him at Hogwarts tonight, and a certain very clever 11-year-old boy in particular." "Then we prepare him," said Sirius. "Yes. And we prepare the girl." Hermione, who had been watching her brother's profile, took Harry's hand under the table. "I have," Dumbledore went on, "one more thing to say, which I would rather like to say now so that all of you can hear it together. The diary. Which was found in Mr. Malfoy's trunk in September." He looked, pleasantly, at Lucius's wife. "Narcissa. I have it under lock and key. It will not leave my office, not during this school year. Over the summer, I propose, with your assistance, to destroy it. But it is a thing that frightens me, and a thing that I have not seen before, and I would like your agreement, if you would give it, on a very quiet course of inquiry, between you and me, over the next year, about where your husband acquired it." Narcissa Malfoy said, "You may have it." Lucius was not there to object. Lucius was, at that very moment, in a study in Wiltshire, reading a letter in his wife's own hand that informed him that the East Wing was his until further notice, that his correspondence was being monitored, that his access to the family vaults had been restricted by writ of Lady Malfoy, and that if he so much as looked at his son askance over the Christmas holiday she would divorce him in open court. He had not, at that precise moment, quite decided what he was going to do about it. He only knew that he had been, for the first time in his marriage, outplayed. It was a cold feeling. It was not a feeling he was going to admit to, ever, to anybody, not even to himself. Back at the Three Broomsticks, a small boy called Draco Malfoy looked at his cousin and said, with all the gravity of an 11-year-old, "Cousin, I think my mother just took my father down." "She did, Draco. Have I changed sides?" "Draco, you've been changing sides since you were 4. This is the side you've been on all along. You just hadn't got permission to stand on it." "Oh. Yeah. Okay. Drink your butterbeer." Draco drank his butterbeer. And outside, the light on the Scottish hills slanted into late afternoon, and inside, the fire threw its warmth on the walls, and in the Hogwarts dungeons under the lake, a dormitory of Slytherins waited for the return of their youngest star, and in a Ravenclaw tower high in the west, a cat sat on a book, and far south a house called Grimmauld Place kept its curtains drawn, and far in Wiltshire a cold man drafted an apology he did not intend to send, and in the mountains of Albania a thin cold wind moved through the trees, without any particular hurry, because it had time. It always had time. Harry, on the way back to the dungeons that night, walking between Hermione and Draco, put an arm over each of their shoulders and said, softly, You two are going to come home with me for Christmas." "Yes," said Hermione, because it had been settled since she was 5. My mother, has been invited," Harry said. "Sirius wrote this morning." "Oh," said Draco, in a very small voice. "Yeah, cousin." All right, then. Yes. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Mirror and the Man in the Cellar. The snow came to Hogwarts in the second week of December and stayed. It came fast and thick and with the sort of intention that Scottish snow has. It muffled the courtyards. It sat in great white hats on the chimneys of Hogsmeade. It piled in the window wells of the West Tower, so that Hermione, waking up in her dormitory on the 17th of December, found that the world outside her window had become a wall of white. It laid itself in soft heaps along the Slytherin common room windows under the lake, so that the silver-green light Harry was used to had turned, for a week, into a silver-grey light that was almost serene. It caught on the Cerberus's fur. The Cerberus, whose name turned out to be Fluffy, had been moved from the third-floor corridor back to Hagrid's hut now that the business of the stone was done with, and was living his best life in a warm kennel, fed on a diet of tripe and attention. And it lay on the iron gates when, on the morning of the 22nd, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Draco Malfoy all piled into a horseless carriage together and clattered down to Hogsmeade Station to take the train home. The last week of term had had one odd thing in it, which Harry had told nobody about, not even Hermione, because he was still working out what to do with it. He had, on the Wednesday night, come round a corner on the 4th floor and found a door that had not been in that corridor the previous Tuesday. He had stared at it. He had looked both ways. He had opened it. Inside had been an empty classroom, dusty, chilly, with its chairs stacked in a corner and its windows filmed with frost, and a single enormous mirror standing in the middle of the floor on 2 gilt feet. Harry had walked up to it. He had looked into it. And in it, exactly as he stood, in his robes and his scarf and his rumpled Slytherin tie, he had seen himself. Only himself. No parents behind him. No dead in the glass. Only his own face, looking back. He had, at first, been a little surprised. He had heard of the Mirror of Erist. Remus had read him the chapter from the big family book when he was 8, Sirius had told him about Dumbledore's story of it himself, Hermione had studied it, because Hermione studied everything. The mirror was supposed to show you the deepest desire of your heart. Harry Potter, according to the stories, ought to have seen the Potters standing with their hands on his shoulders. He had not. He had seen himself. He had stood there for half a minute. Then he had reached out and touched the glass, and another self, in the glass, had reached out and touched the glass, and Harry had realized, very slowly, that this was what the mirror was showing him, because this was what he wanted most in the world. Not to be haunted. Not to be avenged. Not to be restored. Just to be whole, as he was. To have the life he already had. To have Sirius and Remus and Hermione and Draco and Ron and Andromeda and Ted and Dora and Creature and the dog. To have, himself. He had gone back to his room. He had told nobody. He had thought about it for 3 days. He had decided, on the morning of the 22nd, that he was going to tell Sirius over Christmas, because he was not ashamed, but he thought his godfather might want to know. He had, then, a reason already in his pocket for Christmas. And he had, besides, 11 years of accumulated excuses for it. Home. Home, for Draco Malfoy, meant Grimmauld Place, by his mother's writ. He had written home 3 times in 10 days. The house elves at Malfoy Manor had replied each time to say that his father was well, his father was reading, his father wished to convey his affection, his father was unable to send letters at present due to his mother's security precautions. Draco had shown each letter to his cousin and his cousin had read each letter and had not said anything, because Harry had realized, somewhere in November, that the thing to do with Draco Malfoy in distress was not to comment but to be near. Ron came with them as far as King's Cross, where he was carried off by Molly in a blizzard of red hair. He shook Harry's hand, he hugged Hermione, he looked at Draco, considered a handshake, decided against it, clapped him on the shoulder instead. Right. Happy Christmas, Malfoy. Don't break the Black's house. I won't, Weasley. And come round ours for New Year. Ginny's making Mum invite you. Who is Ginny? My sister. She's 10. She has decided you are going to be her friend. My condolences. Oh, said Draco, warming slightly. Oh, all right. Thank you, Weasley. Ron. Thank you, Ron. Sirius and Remus were waiting on the platform. Sirius saw his son across 200 people and covered the distance in 5 strides and picked him up off his feet. Harry, who was already tall for 11 but not that tall, did not object. Hermione got the second hug. Draco, standing by very stiffly with his trunk, waited for what he supposed would be a polite nod, and Sirius, taking him in a look, the small set mouth, the nervous hands, the careful posture, said, "Come here, cousin," and hugged him too, briefly but firmly. Draco nearly burst into tears on a platform in King's Cross and did not, because Draco had his pride. They flood to Grimmauld Place 4 at a time. Narcissa was already there, having come round that afternoon at Andromeda's invitation, and she rose when her son stepped out of the fireplace and went to him with her hands out, and Draco ran into her. "Oh, my darling," she said, very quietly, "oh, my darling, you've grown," and she held him for a long time in a way that Draco had not known his mother still knew how to hold him. The house smelled of pine resin and cinnamon. Creature had been orchestrating Christmas since the 1st of December, he was wearing a new smock Andromeda had made him, had polished every brass knocker, and had made the kind of spiced biscuits that were beloved specifically at black houses, which were just a little more peppery than other people's. Ted Tonks was up a ladder in the drawing room hanging paper chains. Dora was up another ladder disagreeing with him about where the star should go. The dog, Padfoot, was stretched out in front of the fire with his paws twitching in dream. And in the corner, because there is no joy greater than family you get to meet, Remus was sitting with Molly Weasley and Arthur Weasley and small Ginny Weasley, who had come round specially to meet Draco Malfoy on the day of his arrival, because Ginny did not see any reason to delay her social program. "You," Ginny said, coming up to Draco with her hands on her hips, "are tall. You, Draco said, looking down at the 9-year-old who had fixed him with the sort of focus he had previously only encountered in his Aunt Bellatrix, are very red. Yes, Ginny said. I am also quite clever. You are going to like me, Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps I will. I have chocolate frogs. Come on. She took his hand. She led him over to the fire. He went, because a young man whose father has been barred from his own wardrobe for 2 months does not pick fights with 9-year-old girls, and Narcissa, watching her son be bossed about by a Weasley, laughed, very softly, and was not embarrassed to. That night was a feast. It was a feast at the long pine table in the kitchen, with Andromeda at one end and Sirius at the other, and Remus halfway down arguing gently with Arthur about the correct way to roast a parsnip, and Narcissa and Molly on one side of the table discovering with surprise that they had views in common on the subject of elf rights, and Dora at the other end doing the things to her nose that Ginny demanded, and Creature, who had been informed by Andromeda that he was to sit at the table like a person and eat a piece of the goose, did so with great dignity and did not speak, except once, when he asked, very formally, for more potatoes. Of course, Creature, said Sirius at the head of the table, and passed them down himself, and Creature, who had expected to be ignored, ate his potatoes with tears in his small crumpled eyes that nobody mentioned. After dinner the children, Harry, Hermione, Draco, Ginny, and Dora, who counted as a child for the purposes of mischief, decamped to the drawing room. The adults lingered at the table. Narcissa looked at Andromeda and said, quietly, so that the voices of the children in the drawing room covered her words, Andy. I need to tell you what Lucius has done. Andromeda, who had been waiting for this conversation since the day she heard about the diary, set down her glass. He brought something into my house, Narcissa said, some years ago. An object. Black leather bound. No marking. He kept it in his study. I did not touch it. I knew, without touching it, that it was wrong. I have watched it. I knew he was going to use it. I did not know for what. I knew, though, that the person he gave it to would be in danger. Terrible danger. When I learned it was going to be Draco, you let him. I let him. Because if I had refused him, he would have given it to someone else instead, and I would not have been watching, and because Draco was the one person in the school whom I knew would, in the end, give it away. I had taught him to. I spent 10 years teaching him that if he found a thing that made him frightened, he was to bring it to a teacher. I hoped he would. And he did. Her voice broke, just a little, and she mastered it. So. That is what Lucius has done. That is what I have done. And now, Andy, I have to decide what to do with him. Andromeda took her sister's hand. You come to me for advice. I come to my sister. Andromeda was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, you do not have to decide tonight. Keep him where he is. Let him stew. Feed him badly. Read his letters. He will act, because it is not in Lucius's nature not to act, and when he acts you will see what he is and what he will become. Then you decide. But, Sissy, listen to me, do not try to save him. If he can be saved he will save himself. Otherwise you will only drown with him. Yes. I mean it, Sissy. I lost one sister to that. I will not lose another. Narcissa nodded. She nodded again. She did not speak. Her sister, who had learnt long ago how to love a black, sat beside her and held her hand, and neither of them said anything else for a while. Upstairs the children were playing the Muggle game of Monopoly, which Ted had introduced to the household 2 Christmases ago and which Sirius had banned for 3 months after what he described as the Reading Railway incident. Ginny was winning, because Ginny Weasley was, it turned out, as ruthless at property as she was at everything else. Draco had been sent to jail twice. Hermione was reading the rule book. Harry was, with very great ceremony, trying to teach the dog to roll dice, which was going poorly. Dora, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hair flickering between pink and green in time with the firelight, was watching her cousins with the specific tenderness of a trainee auror who is well on her way to making the decision that she is going to stand between them and the world for as long as her bones will carry her. Christmas morning itself was a riot. Presents were opened in the drawing room, because the drawing room had the biggest rug. Harry got a nimbus from Sirius, which Sirius had been hiding in the cellar for a month and which he had nearly been caught with by Hermione, who had gone down for preserves and had come back up looking thoughtful. He got a Weasley jumper from Molly, because he always got a Weasley jumper from Molly and was going to for the rest of his life. He got a book of Auror hand signals from Dora, because Dora, who believed that children should be armed, had spent a week choosing it. Hermione got a beautifully bound set of unused journals from Remus, and a telescope from Ted, and a rat, a small brown rat the Malfoy house elves had bred, because Narcissa had asked what sort of pet an animal-loving child might want and had not realized that a child who already had Crookshanks did not also require a rat, but Hermione had not the heart to refuse, and had named the rat Horace, and Crookshanks had quickly decided that Horace was his own personal small brown friend and had slept curled around him. Draco got, to his enormous surprise, a set of fine quills from Andromeda, a jumper from Molly, a beautifully plain one, because Molly had guessed he would not wear anything flashy, and a first edition of a book his mother had owned as a girl and had thought lost in the fire at the summer cottage in 1979, which Narcissa had been digging for in the attic of Grimmauld for a week. He held it for a long time without saying anything. Narcissa did not push him. She just sat next to him and, eventually, leaned her head against his. Sirius gave his son, privately, in the study, one more present, a small oval mirror that had belonged, he said, to Harry's mother. She gave it to me when I was being an idiot in 1978, Harry. She said, look at yourself, Sirius Black, and ask if you'd like to be your own friend. It's an enchanted mirror. It shows what you already know. It doesn't flatter. Lily used it for years. I want you to have it. Keep it hidden. Don't use it when you're angry. Use it when you don't know what to do. Harry took the mirror. He looked into it. And the mirror, which was smaller and plainer than Dumbledore's mirror and nothing to do with the mirror of Eris that had lived, briefly, in a locked room on the 4th floor over that autumn, showed him his own face, and, for a moment, behind his own face, the face of James Potter in his school days, and, behind that, the face of Fleamont Potter, his grandfather, and, behind that, faces going back and back and back, all with the Potter nose, all smiling. He put the mirror down. Pads. Yeah, pup. What do you see in it? Me, pup. Just me. A bloke. And once in a while my brother, who I miss, and my mother, who I don't. You don't miss your mother? I don't. I do miss my brother. I miss your grandfather, too, and your grandmother. Blacks get to pick. Okay. Happy Christmas, pup. Happy Christmas, Pads. They hugged, and Harry cried, a little, and Sirius held him for as long as it took, and neither of them minded, because at Grimmauld Place nobody was asked to be anything other than what they were for Christmas. On Christmas evening, Hermione found Harry sitting by himself in the garden with his new mirror in his hand. She sat down beside him on the cold stone bench, she wrapped her scarf around her neck, she took his hand. Harry. Hermione. Are you all right? Yes. Really? Really? Tell me a thing that is true. You are my sister. You are my best friend. I would not be whole without you. I think we are going to have to fight Tom Riddle again before we are 20. I am not afraid. I am going to be on your right. All right. And you? Tell me a thing that is true. Hermione looked up at the stars. She thought for a bit. Then she said, my parents were good people. They would have loved you. I am not angry any more that I came here. I love Sirius more than I thought I could love anyone who was not them. And when we fight Tom Riddle, I am going to be on your left. All right. We are going to be all right, Harry. Yes. We are. They sat in the cold for a while longer. In the end it was Creature who came to fetch them. Young master and young mistress. The pudding has arrived. They went in to eat pudding. In the kitchen Ted Tonks was explaining to Creature what mince pies were supposed to contain, in Ted's calm authoritative way, and Creature was listening with the respectful attention of an elf who had decided Ted Tonks was almost a member of the household. Molly Weasley, who had stayed over, was up at the sink winding down. Arthur was at the table taking apart a small blinking music box that he had got off a Muggle market for Ginny and was happy to learn was not any more magical than it was musical. Sirius sat at the head of the table with Remus beside him and stretched out his long legs. Andromeda came in with Narcissa behind her. Dora came thundering down the stairs with a feathered hat on her head that she had pulled out of the back of a cupboard. The children came through from the garden with their cheeks bright with cold. Padfoot the dog, who had been sleeping, rose, yawned, and went to his bowl. They ate pudding. They drank tea. And the house, which had for 2 centuries hosted hatred, and which had, for 5 years now, hosted something better, made, in its own low grumbling way, the noises of a house that has come at last to know what it is for. There had been, the night before, another conversation that Harry had had with Sirius, and which Harry had been saving his whole life for. He had told his godfather about the mirror. Sirius had listened without interrupting. He had not even poured a drink. He had let Harry tell it to the end. Then, when Harry was done, he had said, very quietly, "Pup. That is the best thing you have ever said to me. Is it? It is. It is. It is." Sirius had put his hand flat on Harry's hair, the way he had when Harry was small. "You are the only person in that mirror, pup, because nothing in your life right now is missing. Not in the way you mean. You are whole. There is nothing the mirror can give you that you do not already have. You are the only person ever to walk in front of that mirror who has been, that young, that content. Do you know what that means? No. It means I have done my job, Harry. It means James and Lily would be proud. It means you can sit in front of it for 5 minutes without hurting yourself, and you cannot imagine how many people, including me, who have sat in front of that mirror could not say the same." He had ruffled Harry's hair. "Go on. Eat a biscuit. Hermione's made a list for Boxing Day. I daren't refuse her." Harry had eaten a biscuit. He had carried the conversation with him into the next day, and the next, and the next, because he was a child still, but he was a child who had lately been told that he was whole, and that, it turned out, was a thing a person could live off for a long time. Creature, meanwhile, who had been pacing the cellars for a week because he had been feeling a thing in the walls that none of the adults had yet noticed, continued to pace. It was on Boxing Day, as it happens, that he came up with his discovery. It was on Boxing Day that Creature came into the drawing room with a tray of tea and said, in his crackling voice, "Master. Master should know. Master should know. Creature has been down in the cellars. There is a man." Everyone in the drawing room went very still. "A man," Sirius repeated. "In our cellars." "Yes, master." "How did a man get into our cellars?" "Through the wall, master. There is a wall that is the old wall between here and number 11. It has been tampered with." "Show me." Sirius was already on his feet. Andromeda was already on her feet. Dora, who was 6 months out of her training and whose reflexes had been sharpened by a year of arrests, had her wand in her hand. Narcissa, more slowly, had stood as well. Remus was halfway to the door. Molly Weasley, visiting for the afternoon, had put down her teacup with the precise motion of a woman who has raised 7 children and is not going to be startled out of her dignity by an intruder. Harry. Hermione. Draco. Sirius did not raise his voice. "Stay here. All of you. Ginny, you too. Creature, guard the door. If anyone who is not us comes up those stairs, you hex them. Understood?" Creature understands, master. They went. Creature drew himself up to his full short height in the doorway, with the pride of an elf who had been given a job by a master he loved. The children stood in a row, wands ready. Ginny Weasley, at 9, folded her arms and took up a stance in the middle of the rug that she had clearly rehearsed for years. Draco, at 11, stood at the window with his wand up. Hermione, at 11, was already halfway through a whispered strategy of concentric shields for the drawing room that she had read about in a back issue of Transfiguration Today over the summer. Crookshanks, she added, on the desk. Horace in your pocket, Harry. Ready. Ready. They waited. They could hear, below them, the hollow boot sounds of adults moving. They could hear a voice, Sirius's, at a distance, low and hard. They could hear another voice answering. They could hear, once, a sharp sound like a small bottle breaking, which Hermione identified at once as a silver pin pot being kicked, because Creature had left a silver pin pot in the third cellar for reasons only Creature understood. He didn't go alone, Harry whispered to Hermione. Remus went first. Dora went with them. Moody rules. Moody who? A bloke Pads used to work with. Pad says never go in without another stick. All right. Ginny Weasley, astonishingly, did not move from her spot. She also did not stop watching Draco, who was standing at the window as still as a held breath. Malfoy. Weasley. You're brave. Oh, shut up, Weasley. You are. Shut up. All right. Creature hissed at them all for silence. They obeyed for perhaps 10 seconds. Then Harry, who had not in his life obeyed an order to stay in a room when something was happening beyond it, pocketed Horace for Hermione, glanced at her, and went out. Hermione followed. Draco followed Hermione. They crept down the back stairs, past the preserves, past the 1812 cauldron, past the great salt jar, to the storage room door, where they listened. Harry was the one who did not obey. Harry had never, in his life, been told to stay behind when something was happening in his own house, and at 11 years old he was not going to start. He slipped out after the adults. Hermione, seeing him go, rolled her eyes and went after him. Draco followed because he was not going to be left in a drawing room with a Weasley while there was intrigue afoot. The cellars of Grimmauld Place were dry and cold and full of shelves of things that had been there since Sirius's grandfather's day. The three children slipped down a back staircase, past the preserves, past a great black cauldron from 1812, past an enormous salt jar that Creature kept full for reasons nobody had ever pressed, and came to the door of the storage room at the far end. The storage room, where the wall between number 12 and number 11 ran. They pressed their ears to the door. They heard Sirius, McNair. Walk out in front, hands up. They heard a cold voice, Black. You have about 5 seconds. Walter McNair, in my grandfather's whiskey cellar, uninvited, on the day after Christmas. Let's see what the law has to say about that. I am not here alone, Black. Silence. Then, from Dora, sharp, who? Rookwood. A longer silence. Harry could hear the adult voices breathing. Remus's voice, almost casual, well. Rookwood. You missed the last of the fruit cake. Lupin. Come on out, Augustus. A third man stepped from behind a column, thinner, paler, with round glasses and a face Harry had only ever seen in The Prophet under the headline Acquitted. Augustus Rookwood, former Department of Mysteries, had been a Death Eater in the First War and had never been charged for want of evidence. That he was here now, with McNair, in Sirius Black's wine cellar at the end of December, was information Harry understood on a single glance. Lucius Malfoy had made a move. What do you want? Sirius said. The diary, Rookwood said. Harry felt Draco go rigid next to him. Draco put a hand on his arm. Not here, Augustus. Of course not here. It is at Hogwarts. We will get it there. But we want your word, Black, that you will not act against us in the next week. We have Lucius's word that his wife will not act either, she is being handled. We need yours. Sirius laughed, once. My word. Augustus, you walked into my cellar uninvited. You're getting my word about as often as you're getting my whiskey. Black. There is a child in this house who is a nephew to our patron. There are 3 children in the drawing room upstairs. Do not make us difficult. I will do you the kindness, said Sirius, and he said it with the voice Harry had heard, now and then, in other parts of his life, and which was a voice that Harry had decided he would never disobey, of assuming, Augustus, that you did not just threaten 3 11-year-old children in my house in the presence of a healer who is also my cousin and a trainee Auror who is also my cousin and a werewolf who is also my dearest friend. I shall assume you did not say it. Because if you did say it, I would, right now, and not any later, put you into the floor. Walter, you too. Hands up. They did not put their hands up. McNair, who was always going to be the first to draw, drew. It lasted 8 seconds. It lasted 8 seconds because Remus was on Rookwood's wand arm before Rookwood had finished the word for the curse, because Dora had stunned McNair before McNair had completed his swing, because Andromeda had bound the both of them before either had hit the floor, and because Sirius had, at the last moment, chosen not to put either of them into the stone, which was the single piece of professional discipline he was going to allow himself that year. They went down heavy. Molly Weasley stepped over Rookwood with the placid dignity of a housewife stepping over a spilt bag of potatoes, looked down at him, sniffed, and said, honestly, Augustus. You should have stayed retired. Narcissa, coming into the storage room last and unhurried, looked down at McNair and Rookwood in their ropes and said, very quietly, I shall send my husband an owl tonight. Sissy, no, Andy. I shall. She did. Her owl went out an hour later. Her owl said, Lucius. Your men are in a cellar. Their employer is identified. The Auror office will have your name by morning. I am now going to ask you one question, to which I require an answer by return of post. Did you know about the diary's nature when you delivered it to our son? The return owl, when it came, arrived at dawn on the 27th. It said, very briefly, yes. Narcissa Malfoy folded the letter in precise quarters. She walked into her husband's east wing at 8 a.m. with 3 Aurors and a warrant that Andromeda had secured by Fleur to Amelia Bones overnight, and she said, Lucius. Go with them. He rose from his chair. He looked at her. He looked, for a brief, strange moment, like the man she had married when she was 20, that is, a man who knew he had been beaten fairly and had the decency to recognize it. Then the strange moment passed, and his face closed. Sissy. Don't call me that. Narcissa. Yes. Draco, does not require your further involvement. Go. Who told you? Your wife is not a fool, Lucius. I have known for 9 years. I only waited for you to do a thing bad enough for the Aurors to be able to take you for. You finally did. You put that diary in our son's trunk. Our son's. I will never forgive you. Go. He went. Very quietly. Without argument. Because the thing about a marriage to a black is that if she gets there first and has the paperwork, she has already won. Dumbledore came to Grimmauld Place on the 28th. He came by the front door, which was a thing nobody who remembered Grimmauld Place before 1990 would have believed. He rang the bell, Creature opened it, he was shown into the drawing room, and he drank the tea Andromeda had poured him, and he accepted a ginger biscuit, and he said, when everyone was quiet, the locket is the 4th. The 4th what? Sirius said. The 4th object. We have destroyed the ring, it was in a vault at Gringotts last summer, and Flammel destroyed it, along with the stone, on Halloween night. We have the diary. We have, now, the locket, thanks, as Dumbledore said, pointedly, to the single bravest elf in Britain, whose name he knew, and whom he would thank in person before he left. I believe there are 3 more. "Free," said Andromeda. "Free. I do not know, yet, where they are. I have suspicions. A cup that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. A diadem that belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. A living creature. The last of those I believe to be still with him. Whichever body he finds himself in next will carry it. Merlin. Yes. Andromeda. This is a large thing. It will take years, not months, to finish. But the diary and the locket, those we can destroy before Easter. The rest we will find in their time. And Harry? Sirius said. Dumbledore looked at Sirius for a long time. Harry, he said, is safe. He is safer than any other child in the country. He has, I think, a connection to our enemy that I would like, one day, to tell him about, but not today. Today, let him be 11. How do we know? That they got him too. I know. I have known, in my heart, since the night of the cot. It is one reason I was so frightened of the child growing up with his aunt. I did not want him touched by hands that did not love him. You have given him love, Sirius Black. I will say to you what I said on the night you took him. Raise him well. I will help with the rest. All right. Good. The headmaster stood. He adjusted his hat. At the door, he paused, and turned, and smiled. Have a happy Christmas, Blacks. Narcissa. Lupin. Tonks's. Weasleys, if you should drop by, I understand you often do. Creature. Sir, said Creature. And bowed. Dumbledore, very gravely, bowed back, and the two of them stood there for a breath in their mutual respect, and Sirius, watching from the hall, thought that if he lived to be old he would never see a stranger and finer thing than that. Dumbledore went. The Black family went on with its Christmas, with more joy than it had perhaps realized it was allowed to have, and in Hermione's pocket, wrapped in a handkerchief, was a slip of paper on which she had written, in her own small careful script, the words Harry, we are going to be all right, and had put it there to give to him on New Year's Day, because sometimes a little note was worth a whole conversation. At Hogwarts on the 3rd of January, when term began again, a very quiet announcement was made at breakfast by Professor Dumbledore, the kind of announcement that was made once every few years in that school. I am sorry to inform you that Mr. Draco Malfoy's father, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, has been arrested. There will be no questions. Mr. Malfoy is, as you will appreciate, to be treated with great kindness in this school from this hour forward, and any student who uses this news to injure him is going to find me personally unimpressed. Thank you. He sat down. The hall was silent. Then, at the Slytherin table, Pansy Parkinson, who had been raised to hate a great many people and who was learning, sometimes faster than she liked, to revise her habits, reached over and took Draco's hand. Harry saw it, and Hermione across the hall saw it, and they exchanged a small look that was, for them, a kind of triumph. Back in London, Narcissa Malfoy sat by her fire at Grimmauld Place, because she had been invited to stay for the rest of the winter, and had accepted, and looked up from the prophet at her sister Andromeda and said, Andy. Sissy. I think I will keep the name Malfoy. All right. For Draco. All right. And Andy. Thank you. Not a word, Sissy. The sisters sat in silence by the fire for a long time. Andromeda thought about her husband, who was upstairs teaching Dora a Muggle card trick, and about her daughter, who was 22 and as brave as an entire broomstick squadron, and about her nieces and nephew and the great tangled family she had, after all of it, kept, and said, not to Narcissa but to the fire, we made it out, you know. Did we? We did. All of us who were going to. She paused. Well. You and me. And Sirius. And Dora. And Draco. The rest we cannot have. No. We have enough, Sissy. We do. For the first time. Yes. Have more tea. I will. The week between the arrest of Lucius and the return to Hogwarts was the busiest week Grimmauld Place had ever seen. Dora had been put on temporary reassignment to the case and was in and out at all hours. Kingsley Shacklebolt, an old friend of Sirius's from the Auror training days, came round to dinner twice. He was a tall, deep-voiced wizard with the kind of smile that could be deployed in any direction. He sat down at the kitchen table one night, looked at Harry over a plate of Creature's lamb, and said, "Potter, you going to go into the service when you're done with school? Because we've a vacancy in about 8 years and I'm saying now. I'll think about it, sir." "You do that." "Hermione, same offer." "You'd be terrifying." "Thank you, Auror Shacklebolt." "Kingsley. Kingsley. I am not going to be an Auror. I am going to be Minister for Magic." Kingsley, mouth full, had laughed so hard he had to put his fork down. "Fair play, Granger. Fair play. Black, I'm voting for her when she's ready." "So am I, Kingsley. Pass the potatoes." Arthur Weasley came round too, in his new capacity, small but enthusiastic, as head of a newly expanded misuse of Muggle artifacts office. He had been given Rookwood's case because Rookwood had, of all things, been found with 3 Muggle listening devices in the cellar wall. "Listening devices, Sirius. In your plaster. He wanted to hear what you did at breakfast, I expect. Dangerous thing, putting a live microphone in a black house." And Arthur had spent a happy evening in the cellar dismantling them. Narcissa had written a letter, carefully worded, to her son at school. It had said, "Draco, your father has done a thing of which I am ashamed. He is in custody. I do not expect him to be released any time soon, and perhaps never. You are not to feel responsible, and you are not to feel disloyal for being glad. I will write to you weekly. I am staying at your Uncle Sirius's house for a time. I think the word in these circumstances is, learning, though I have no business learning in my 40s, it being very unflattering, but I am. I love you. Mother." Draco had kept that letter in his pocket for a fortnight, and had, 3 weeks after returning to Hogwarts, surprised Pansy Parkinson by handing her a small embroidered handkerchief when her own mother had failed to write to her at all, and had, for the first time in his life, said, aloud, to a person, "The words my mother taught me this," which is a phrase that a Slytherin does not often say. There was, in the weeks after Christmas, one more small conversation that mattered. Creature, very late one night, came to Sirius in the library and stood in the doorway with his hands folded and said, in a voice that was almost gentle, "Master." Creature. Creature has a thing to tell Master that Creature has been keeping for many years. Creature has been keeping it because he did not trust Master. Creature now trusts Master. Master should know. Sirius put down his book. He turned his chair. "Tell me, Creature." Creature told him. It took half an hour. It was a story about a young man named Regulus Black, who had died in 1979 in a cave on a Scottish cliff, whom Creature had, by the young man's direct order, carried home in pieces and buried in the garden behind number 12, and about a small gold locket, which had come home with Regulus, and which had been hidden for 12 years now in a compartment under the floor of the upstairs pantry, because Creature had never been able to destroy it, though he had tried, and had tried, and had tried. It is, Creature said, with enormous effort, a thing of the Dark Lords. Master Regulus said so. Master Regulus said, Creature, destroy it when you can. Sirius Black sat very still for a long moment. Then he stood, and went upstairs, and came back down with a small gold locket in his hand, and laid it on the library table beside his wine. Creature. Master. You are the bravest person in this house. Do you know that? Master is kind. I am not being kind. I am being accurate. Thank you. Thank you for coming to me with this. We are going to take this to Dumbledore in the morning. Not tonight. Tonight we are going to sit here together for a bit. Pour yourself a glass, Creature. If you like. Creature, who had never in his life been offered a glass of anything by a master, took the glass, and Sirius poured him a small measure, and they sat by the fire with their feet up on the fender, and outside the snow went on falling over London, over Wiltshire, over all the places, visible and invisible, where the quiet work of saving the world was being done that winter, mostly by women and by elves and by children. And in a cell somewhere in the ministry, a man with long silver hair sat on a bench with his hands clasped loosely in front of him and looked, unseeing, at a grey stone wall, and began, in that careful cold head of his, to plan. In Albania, the wraith that had once been Lord Voldemort drifted through the forest he had lived in for 10 years, and at last, for the first time in a decade, felt something in the south. A pull. A small, small thread. One of his Horcruxes, perhaps. He did not have the strength, yet, to follow it. But he would, soon. And he began, slowly, with what fragments of will were left to him, to move in the direction of a thin warm trail that he could almost smell, and which led, like all warm trails, home. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Girl in the Grey Gown. The 3 months between January and the end of April had, in retrospect, been unusually kind to Hogwarts. Nobody had expected kindness, given the intake of October, but there it was, and everybody took it. Snape had, in his own way, softened not in the direction of warmth but in the direction of usefulness. He had begun, on a Friday at the end of January, to set an additional paper each week for any student who wanted extra instruction, and Hermione had taken him up on it, and Draco had taken him up on it, and Neville had, at Hermione's private coaxing, taken him up on it, and by the middle of February there was a small hand-picked Friday group of first years in the potions classroom, who, quite to their own astonishment, were doing the work of third years. Snape had never acknowledged this group aloud. Snape had, twice, in front of Hermione, put his hand briefly on Neville's shoulder in passing. Neville had begun to stand up straight. Hagrid, meanwhile, had taken to Harry the way a large man takes to a small one he has known from infancy. He had invited him down to the hut for tea at least once a fortnight. He had, over those teas, told Harry stories about his parents that Harry had never heard before. "Your mum once turned me into a hat," Hagrid had said, quite peaceably, over rock cakes. "Bet ye didn't know that. Student's prank, 4th year, we had a code. She could do it bigger, and most witches her age. Your father, now, couldn't have done it if ye paid him. Potters don't have the knack, but your mother, Merlin, Harry, your mother." And he had cried a bit into his apron, and Harry had cried a bit into his tea, and they had, eventually, felt better for it. Ron and Harry, in February, had formed a pact that they were going to try to get Ron on the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year. Ron had been unsure, Harry had not been. "You're a keeper, Weasley. You are. You have the reflexes. I've seen you playing in your garden." "Yeah, but nothing. I am the best friend you have and I am telling you, you are a keeper." "All right." They had practiced, that spring, whenever Harry could get a set of posts booked after hours, which was usually. By the end of term Ron had begun to believe it himself. Spring came late to the Highlands, as it always did, but when it came fast. The snow went off the south-facing slopes in the second week of March, the lake showed its first blue water on the 20th, by the 1st of April the thestrals in the forest were foaling and the whomping willow was waving the first leaves of its youth at passers-by, many of whom it managed to hit. The castle shrugged off winter like an old coat. The Quidditch season resumed. The exam timetable was pinned up. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Draco Malfoy were, by general acclaim of their peers, the most interesting collection of first years Hogwarts had produced in 2 decades, and the 3 of them sat, most evenings, at a back table in the library, working on their assigned reading, while Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Padma Patil, and, increasingly, a small severe first year called Pansy Parkinson, formed a loose second ring around them and bickered over chocolate frogs. Pansy's progress into that ring had been slow and grudging. It had started in March, when Draco, returning from a private fluke call to his mother, had found her crying behind a tapestry on the 2nd floor. He had not known what to do. He had sat next to her. He had waited. She had wiped her nose. She had said, "My father wrote. He said I'm not to speak to your cousin any more. He said, if I do, he'll disinherit me when I leave school." Draco had sat for a long time. Then he had said, "My father is in prison. I don't speak to him any more. And my mother has all the money, and she has left it to me. Go see Aunt Narcissa in the summer, Pansy. She'll help you." Pansy had not known what to say. Pansy had nodded. Pansy had, from that day, sat with Draco at the Slytherin table and no longer always agreed with him, which was the first sign that she was coming into her own. There had been, in late February, what Harry would later call the Pansy evening. It had started in the library, where Pansy had sat down across from Hermione for the first time without being invited, and had said, "Granger, I want to learn the shield charm you used on Quirrell. Will you teach me?" Hermione had looked up over her book. "Why?" "Because I want to know it. Because my father is in prison. Because if they let him out, or if someone like him gets into this castle, I want to know it." "All right," Hermione had said. Evenings. 7 o'clock. Empty classroom on the 4th floor. Bring 2 chocolate frogs. 2. 1 for me, 1 for bribery when Filch finds us. All right, Granger. From that night, 3 or 4 evenings a week, Pansy had come to the 4th floor at 7 and practiced. Hermione, it turned out, was a good teacher, because Hermione had been teaching Harry to do things for their entire lives and had developed a technique of patient escalation that would later, Hermione thought, make her either a very good professor or a very terrifying captain of an army. Pansy learnt fast. Pansy joined the evenings. And on the 3rd Thursday of February, when Draco wandered in looking for his cousin, Pansy had said, "Malfoy. You too," and Draco had said, "I'm not bad at the shield charm, Parkinson, I've been working with my own cousin for 4 years," and Pansy had said, "Show me," and they had settled, the 4 of them, into a small quiet practice club that Hermione had named the 4th Floor Society, because she was 11 and in charge of naming things. It was in mid-April that Hermione, pursuing a minor research question about Ravenclaw's library catalogue, had another unexpected encounter with the Grey Lady. She had been in the Ravenclaw common room very late, 1 in the morning, technically against rules, but the common room was her common room and she had decided the rule was mostly advisory, and the ghost had drifted down from the ceiling and hovered at her elbow, and said, in her sad soft voice, "Child. My lady. You have read the book I pointed you to." "Twice, my lady." "Have you learnt, then, that there are objects which hold parts of a person, and that their removal is the only good service that can be done?" "I have. There is one in this castle." Hermione's breath had caught. "One of his. One that was my mother's. Stolen from her by a boy in the 40s. Given a piece of him. Hidden in the place where lost things go. It has been there for 50 years. No one has come for it." "Where?" "On the 7th floor. Opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk 3 times. Think, I need the place where hidden things are kept. The door will come." Who was he, the boy? He was my mother's heir, in his own eye. He was my house's brightest boy. He was, later, your Dark Lord. His name was Tom. Tom Riddle. Bring the thing to your headmaster. Do not touch it long. Thank you, my lady. You are welcome, child." Hermione had gone to bed. She had not gone up to the 7th floor. She had not gone alone. Ravenclaw did not charge at things, Ravenclaw consulted. She had written Harry a note that night, and she had met him in the library the next morning, and the 2 of them had gone to Dumbledore at once. Dumbledore had listened. He had pressed his fingertips together. He had said, "Miss Granger. It is Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem." "Yes, headmaster. I have been looking for it for 30 years. "Yes, headmaster. Thank you. He had sent for Minerva. He had sent for Remus, who was staying at the Hog's Head to be nearby. He had sent a fluke call south to Sirius. And he had said, to Harry and Hermione, you will not go for it yourselves, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. This is one thing I am going to insist on. All right, said Harry. But we want to be there when you bring it out. You may be outside the door. That's all we wanted. Good. It was arranged, between Dumbledore and Sirius, that Harry and Hermione would not be in the castle on the day of the retrieval itself, they would be, as Sirius put it, somewhere I can see you. They were, in the event, taken down to Hagrid's hut that afternoon. Hagrid was delighted. Hagrid gave them rock cakes, which were not less geological than usual, and they sat on the ground outside the hut throwing twigs for Fong and talking about anything that was not the retrieval. Hagrid asked, at one point, if they were all right. Hermione, with great dignity, said, yes, Hagrid. We are all right. Hagrid nodded, relieved, and went into his hut for a pot of tea. Are we? Harry asked quietly, when they were alone. I think so. We are more all right than we were at Halloween. Sirius is here. Dumbledore is up there. Remus is up there. Professor McGonagall is up there. Fawkes is up there. Yes. It is a lot of them, Harry. It is. And we have the shield charm. We do. Then. Yes. We are all right. So on a Friday afternoon at the end of April, with a great many adult witches and wizards up on the 7th floor, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw came out of the room of requirement in Remus Lupin's gloved hand, wrapped in silver silk, and was carried down to the headmaster's office, where Fawkes the Phoenix, Harry Potter's lightning bolt scar, and a blazing iron basin contributed between them to what was later described in the official record as a moderate disturbance. The diadem was destroyed. Harry's scar burned for a few hours and then did not. Dumbledore explained nothing further but, privately, over the next decade, would come to explain more. Hermione received 20 points for Ravenclaw, which was, in Flitwick's opinion, 20 points too few, but 20 points was the maximum a first year was allowed for anything. That evening, at dinner, the castle was quiet. Not tense, quiet. Somebody had gone into the room of requirement in November and left a banner hanging from the ceiling saying "Be kind to each other," and nobody had taken it down, and the whole school had begun to take the banner at its word. At the Slytherin table, Harry sat next to Draco and Pansy. At the Gryffindor table, Ron sat next to Neville and Dean Thomas. At the Ravenclaw table, Hermione and Padma and Cho sat together, and at the Hufflepuff table, little Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had not been part of this story but who would be a lot of use to it later, had made friends with Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. They were watched. They were watched, across the hall, by Professor Snape, who had, at the start of term, resolved to hate the Potter boy and had so far been utterly defeated in that intention by the fact that the Potter boy was not, close to, hate-able, which was not, for Snape, a new experience with a Potter, but was one he was having to work around. They were watched by Professor McGonagall, who was proud. They were watched by Professor Flitwick, who was already planning which second-year advanced charms book he would give Hermione on the last day of term. They were watched, briefly and from a tower window, by the headmaster, who had been, that afternoon, reading a letter from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That letter, arriving by owl at Hogwarts at tea-time that Friday, had contained 4 words that Dumbledore had been expecting for a week and dreading for a month: Lucius Malfoy has escaped. Dumbledore had not told the children. Dumbledore had not told the staff, beyond Minerva and Severus and Poppy. Dumbledore had put the castle on a quiet precaution. He had written to Sirius. Sirius had been at the school by supper. Albus. Sirius. How did he get out? He had help. Rookwood had help. McNair had help. There is a third man. I think his name is Rowell. I am not yet sure. And the diary? In my office. Under more wards than any object in Britain. Lucius cannot reach it. Lucius can't, but the other one can. I know. Are they coming here? They might be. Tonight or tomorrow. I have asked you here. I did not want to face it without you. I am old, Sirius. You are not old, Albus. You are weary. They are different. Spoken like a man who is not old. Come. Stand by me when they come, if they come. I should like the company. Tell me the plan first. The plan, Sirius, is very simple. The diary, to them, will look as though it is unprotected. It is not. The wards you see on the door are decoys. The real wards are on the dais under the diary. If they open the diary, the thing in it will emerge, because a Horcrux, to free itself, must be awakened. It will emerge, thinking it has won. The moment it emerges, it is separated from the safe space of its diary, and the moment it is separated, the diary becomes destructible. I shall have a basilisk fong in my right hand. Yes. The cabinet in the east wall. Don't ask. I shall destroy the diary while the thing in it is outside. The thing in it will be sustained, for some seconds, by what it has drawn out of the diary already, but without the diary, it will fade, or we will banish it. The 3 men in the room you will take, because I shall be busy with the fawn. All right. The children are not to be here. The children will not be here. Sirius. Swear it. I swear it. He had sworn it, in perfect faith. Life, however, has its own views. They came. They came at midnight, which was the romantic hour. They came up to the main gate with the hoods up and Lucius Malfoy in the middle, wand in hand, with the look of a man who had nothing further to lose. They came past the gargoyles because the gargoyles had been set to let them in. Someone in the castle, someone small and greedy and scared, had shifted a ward. It would later turn out to be an adult, not a child, a minor secretary with a gambling debt, but that would be for later. They came up the spiral stair to the headmaster's office. They blew the door in. And they found Albus Dumbledore, Sirius Black, and a very cross tabby cat in the room, and a diary, open, on the desk, with a pen resting in the middle of a blank page, which was a trap, and a phoenix on a perch whose eyes were both orange and merry, and, behind the headmaster's chair, 2 11-year-olds who were not supposed to be there, because Harry Potter had not been told his godfather was in the castle and had gone to the headmaster's office unbidden to ask McGonagall about an unrelated transfiguration question and had walked in as Dumbledore opened the trap. Lucius, said Sirius, quite conversationally. You came for the diary, I take it. Black. Just the 3 of you. Disappointing. I'd have thought Wiltshire could produce more. Lucius raised his wand. Dumbledore raised his. And between them, at the desk, a thin white thread of smoke had begun to rise from the diary. It was the thing rising out of the diary that was the problem. It came out in the shape of a boy. A tall boy. A handsome boy. Black hair, black eyes, a narrow pale face. He was not, yet, the thing the Wraith in Albania was. He was, in a manner of speaking, the thing the Wraith had been in the years before he became a thing at all. He was Tom Marvolo Riddle, 17, in school robes with a prefect's badge, and he stepped out of his diary into the headmaster's office and smiled. Albus. Tom. How long it has been. Not long enough. Tom's eyes traveled the room. Sirius. The cat. The phoenix. The 2 children, half hidden. Ah. Harry Potter. The Potter boy. Not much to look at, are we? And a small girl. Your sister. Yes. Yes, I can see the love in her. Careful, Albus, she will be a nuisance to you one day, she has too much of you in her already. Tom. Be still, Albus. I am not here to be reminisced with. I am here to be freed. He turned to Lucius. Lucius, you took your time. Master, be silent. Get out. All of you out. I have them. Harry, who had heard this voice only once before, on the back of Quirrell's head in the trapdoor corridor, and who had promised himself on that night that he would say the same word again, said it again now, "Hello, Tom." Tom Riddle's smile did not falter. But for a moment, for a fractional moment, something behind his eyes did. "Hello, Harry. Oh, yes, you are brave, aren't you? Brave like your father. Who was brave, and who died? Yes. I can kill the little girl, Harry. You can't. She'll step left, you'll miss, and Padfoot will take you apart. We've practiced. Have you, now? Yes. And what, boy, are you going to do?" Harry took a breath. "I am going to tell you about my parents," he said. "Because Dumbledore told me once that you are weakest when you are made to look at what you refuse to see. So I'm going to tell you about my mother. Lily Evans. She was a Muggle-born witch. She had bright green eyes, and she laughed with her whole body, and she was the best potion brewer of her year, and she married my father, who loved her, and who died holding his wand when you came. I never knew her. But I have been told about her every day of my life. By my godfather, who loved her. By my uncle Remus, who loved her. By my sister, who never knew her either but who knows her through me. You cannot kill my mother, Tom, because she is in this room. She came in with me." Tom Riddle, who had read a great many books and had never quite understood why this sort of speech was supposed to matter, laughed. "Sentiment, Harry Potter." "Sentiment is a—" "Shut up, Tom," said Harry, and Hermione, next to him, raised her wand, and Sirius raised his, and Dumbledore raised his, and behind the desk, where the diary had been, the smoke thinned, because Tom Riddle could only stand in this room so long as the diary fed him, and the diary had been, at the precise moment Tom had stepped out of it, placed by Dumbledore, with the invisibility of 100 years of practice, onto a small bronze dais, and the dais had been locked, and in Dumbledore's right hand, all along, had been a basilisk fang. "Now," said Dumbledore, very mildly, and drove the fang through the dais. The diary split. Tom Riddle, mid-sentence, shrieked. He was, in half a breath, a man on fire, in a second breath, a column of black smoke, in a third breath, a loud dreadful wail that went out through the window and away across the lake and into the dark, and then nothing. The diary was a piece of ruined paper smoking on a bronze plate. "Now," Dumbledore said, to Lucius and his two companions, "would one of you kindly surrender?" Lucius raised his wand. He did not complete the curse. He did not, because Fawkes the Phoenix, who had been watching the whole encounter with the patient interest of a bird who has seen this sort of thing before, chose that moment to flare up and to aim, very precisely, a single feathered wingtip at Lucius's wand hand. The wing did not hurt. The wing was merely an interruption. During the interruption, Sirius Black, who had grown up in a house of duelists, put Lucius on the floor with a single nonverbal stunner. Dumbledore took Rowell. McGonagall, still a cat, became not a cat, and took Yaxley. 3 men on the carpet. The fight was over. The Phoenix returned to his perch, making a noise like approval. "Well," said Dumbledore. "Harry. Miss Granger. You were not supposed to be in this room." "No, sir." "No, sir. You also, I think, saved my life." "Yes, sir. I shall not scold you." He tapped his wand. The 3 unconscious men became 3 neatly packaged wizards. He smiled, faintly, and sat down in his chair. "Shall we have cocoa?" They had cocoa. Sirius held Harry for a long time. Remus came in, from a corridor he had been guarding, and held them both. McGonagall resumed her shape. Fawkes took Harry's hand in his beak and said, in the way phoenixes have of making things clear, that he approved of Harry. And outside, far above Scotland, a thin column of black smoke, the wraith that had once been Lord Voldemort, come all the way south from Albania at last on the scent of his diary, met the column of black smoke rising out of a destroyed Horcrux, and wailed, and fled east again into the mountains, because the one Horcrux he had pinned his return on had been broken, and the power he had allowed into it was gone from him forever. He would, of course, try again. He would look for the cup. He would look for the other things. He would look, eventually, for his own snake. He would come, in time, for the boy. That was the work of many years, and of many more books. But he would not, this year, come. The last weeks of term at Hogwarts were, by general consent, the best weeks of term anyone could remember. The weather was glorious. Sirius stayed up at the Hog's Head for 10 days and came up to the school for 3 dinners in the Great Hall, at Dumbledore's invitation. At the second of them he sat next to Snape and had a conversation the two of them had been putting off since 1977, in which neither apologized but both acknowledged enough for a man to nod at another man across a salt cellar in a school canteen for the rest of their lives. Exams came and went. Hermione scored higher than any first year in the recorded memory of the school on charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, and history of magic. Padma was second, a very annoyed Terry Boot was third. Harry got respectable marks in everything and a gentle word of approval from McGonagall on transfiguration. Draco, to his own surprise and his mother's written delight, got an O in potions. There was the small business, too, of the minor ministry secretary who had shifted the wards on the gargoyles. Her name was Mafalda Hopkirk's cousin, a shy woman called Ellen Hopkirk who had had gambling debts that had been paid by an unknown benefactor in January and who had, over the course of spring, done small and apparently meaningless favors in the headmaster's staircase system. She had been arrested 2 days after the business in the office, and she had wept into a tissue for an hour in Dumbledore's chair, and Dumbledore had been, Harry had heard, so gentle with her that she had confessed everything she had ever done in her life, including an unreported library fine from 1977. The benefactor had been Lucius, of course. Lucius had, on hearing of Ellen's arrest, said nothing, but Lucius's cell at the ministry had been, from that day, guarded by 2 Aurors at once, because the Minister for Magic had at last accepted that this was not a man to be left idle. Harry had not, all year, seen Snape outside his own subject. He had run into him, by accident, on the stairs on a Tuesday in early May. Snape had stopped. Harry had stopped. They had looked at each other. Potter. Sir. You have survived your first year. Yes, sir. Next year I shall ask you harder questions. Yes, sir. Your mother, Snape had said, and his voice had gone very slightly rough, would have been proud of you. Thank you, sir. Go. Harry had gone. He had not mentioned the conversation to Hermione, or to Sirius, or to Draco, because he had understood, as Snape had understood, that the conversation was not for sharing. On the last Quidditch match of the year, Slytherin played Ravenclaw. Harry caught the snitch in 14 minutes, at which Hermione booed him affectionately from the Ravenclaw end, where she had been sitting in a blue scarf. Ron, down in the Gryffindor end, cheered Harry on anyway, which was the sort of thing that, 3 months ago, would have been unthinkable. On the last night of term, the leaving feast, Dumbledore stood up at the end of it and said a great deal of sensible things and one nonsense thing. Let us never forget to be kind, he said, and then, because he was Dumbledore, pickles, horsefly, crocus. And the cup went to Ravenclaw, which occasioned great joy at the blue table. Harry, at the green table, was the first to stand up and clap for his sister. Draco was the second. Pansy was the third. Gemma Farley, who had adopted Harry, squeezed his shoulder and said, very softly, "Well done, Potter." The hall roared. It roared for Hermione, and then for Harry, and then for, most of all, a castle full of children who had, for the first time in 30 years, had a year at school in which it could be said, by general agreement, that nothing terrible had happened to any of them that they had not beaten back. There was, the morning after the business in the office, a long conversation between Harry, Hermione, and Dumbledore, which took place sitting around the headmaster's desk with tea and ginger biscuits. Dumbledore told them, finally, what he had told Sirius in the cellar at Grimmauld, that there was a thing Voldemort had done to himself, a thing so dreadful that the word for it was old and private, and that there were 6 known pieces of his soul that had been scattered into 6 objects, and that all but 3 were now destroyed. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, he said. A snake that he calls Nagini, which he has with him. And, I am going to tell you this, Harry, because you are going to have to know it before you can move on, a piece that lives in you. Harry had not cried, which surprised Hermione. Harry had simply nodded, once, and said, I thought so. You thought so. The mirror. Something about it. I saw myself whole. But I could feel, something else. In my scar. It has been there my whole life. Sometimes it whispers. I thought it might be my imagination. It isn't, is it? No. But Harry. Listen to me. It is not you. It is in you. These are different things. And, when the time comes, it will be removed. You will live. You will live, Harry. I am certain of it. I have been studying it for 10 years. It can be done. All right. And Hermione will know, too. Because I am telling her at the same time I am telling you. Because you should not, either of you, be told a thing that the other is not told, and because Miss Granger would, frankly, find out anyway. Yes, Headmaster, said Hermione. Yes, Headmaster. Will it be soon? No. It will be in several years. There is no hurry, the piece in you cannot reach Voldemort at present, because there is no Voldemort for it to reach. And when the time comes I will be by your side, and your godfather will, and your sister will. Yes. So. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Go and enjoy your summer. We shall do the further work in its season. They had gone. On the walk back down to lunch, Hermione had taken Harry's hand and had said, very quietly, It will be all right, Harry. I know. I mean it. I know you do. I am going to read every book in Britain on the subject. I know you are. And if anyone has to fight a piece of Tom Riddle's soul inside my brother, Harry, it is going to be me. So get ready. I am ready. They had walked on in the sunshine. The train home pulled out of Hogsmeade on a warm bright Saturday. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, and, to Draco's lasting delight, Pansy sat in a compartment together and split what was left of Harry's sweet supply. Neville visited with Trevor, the Patils came by with Lavender, Ginny, who had ridden the train with her father to come and meet them at King's Cross, was already waiting on the platform when they pulled in, with a placard that said Welcome Home Blacks and Weasleys and Malfoy written in what was clearly Fred's hand. They piled out. Sirius was there, Remus was there, Narcissa was there, Andromeda was there, Ted was there, Dora was there, Molly and Arthur were there, and the whole of the Weasley clan, and Creature at the back in a new waistcoat he had sewn himself. Harry ran to Sirius. Hermione ran to Sirius. Draco ran to Narcissa, who was standing very still, so that he could reach her and not the reverse. Pansy, without a parent there, Pansy's father had refused, and Pansy's mother had not been asked, stood a little to one side, and Narcissa, without even looking at her, reached out her other hand and drew Pansy in, and Pansy, who had been told her whole life that women like Narcissa Malfoy were cold, discovered that Narcissa Malfoy was, in fact, cold in public and warm in private, and that she was currently warm. They went home. They went home in 2 coaches, too many of them for one. Creature had cooked all afternoon. Fred and George had decorated Grimmauld Place with an absolute catastrophe of banners, none of which said the same thing. One of them said Welcome Home and one of them said We ate your chocolate frogs, sorry, and one of them said Draco is tall. Ginny, who had been organizing since March, pointed at places and children were put in them. Dinner was served. Dinner was eaten. Dinner was followed by a great deal of laughter and a few small quarrels and one magnificent argument between Fred and Percy about whether a particular prank had been morally permissible, and, at the very end of it, when everyone else had gone to bed, Sirius sat on the stairs with Harry and Hermione at his feet and Remus beside him, and said, "Well, first year's over." "First year's over," said Harry. "How was it, pup?" "It was hard." "It was brilliant." "I almost died." "I made Quidditch." "I beat Tom Riddle twice." "I missed the lake." "I am glad I came home." "Hermione, I am going to read every book in this house over the summer." "You are not, love, you have 4 weeks." "I'll read fast." "Fine. Listen." He put a hand on each of their heads. He looked at Remus, who looked back. "I want both of you to know. Whatever comes next. Next year. And the year after. And the year after that. This house is yours. We are your family. Ron is your family. Draco is your family. Ginny is a force of nature and is coming for us all. You are not alone. You will not be alone. Hermione. Harry. We are not going to let anything bad happen to either of you that we can stop. And when we can't stop a thing, we will be with you through it. All right? All right, Pads. All right, Pads. I love you. Go to bed. Love you. Love you. They went to bed. Sirius sat for a while longer with Remus on the stairs. Creature, coming past with a tea tray he had already washed 3 times that night out of sheer happiness, stopped at the bottom and said, "Master." "A question." "Yes, Creature. Shall Creature keep the biscuits for tomorrow's breakfast, or serve them now with Master's nightcap?" "Serve them now, Creature." "Sit down. Have one yourself." "Creature should not, Creature should." "Sit down." Creature sat. He took a biscuit. Remus took a biscuit. Sirius took a biscuit. The 3 of them, a wizard, a werewolf, an elf, ate biscuits on the stairs of the house that had once hated them all, and did not speak, because there was nothing, in the end, to say. Outside, the summer was coming. Inside, the children slept. And somewhere, very far away, the wraith of a man wandered, and looked, and failed to find his way home, and the hunting, as Sirius had known it would, went on, but it went on through them first, and they had, for the moment, held. "Pup," Sirius said at last, to the empty stair above him where his son was not. "We did all right." And the house, in its old deep low voice, creaked, once, in agreement, and settled, and slept. That summer, in the days immediately after the leaving feast, settled, as Sirius said, into a sort of pattern. The pattern was this. Harry woke at 7. Harry went downstairs in his pajamas. Creature gave Harry breakfast. Creature gave Harry's owl her mice. Hermione came down a little later in her pajamas with a book. Draco, who had taken to sleeping in the guest room at Grimmauld Place for 3 days out of 7, came down in silk pajamas that looked ridiculous at a kitchen table but which he refused to surrender. Sirius, in a dressing gown, came in last and made a pot of tea. Remus came round at 11. Andromeda came round at noon. Dora dropped in at any hour she could. Narcissa came to lunch on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Creature ran the entire production like a cheerful small emperor. The pattern was, most importantly, that nobody was alone. 3 days into the summer, an owl from Ron's house arrived bearing 4 words, "Come. Quidditch. Bring broom." Harry laughed out loud and packed his nimbus. An owl came, too, from Hagrid, saying he had a present for Harry in the hut for next term, and from Professor McGonagall, with a note of congratulations on exam results which she had signed with her initials, and from Flitwick, with a reading list for Hermione that Hermione had whooped out loud on receiving. For days into the summer, Draco came down to breakfast at Grimmauld Place in a pair of worn jeans he had borrowed from Harry. "Cousin. Cousin. How do muggles wear these? They are not loose at the ankle. They're not supposed to be. I hate it. You look good." "I hate it and I look good. All right. I shall persevere." 5 days into the summer, a package arrived from Pansy. It contained 3 chocolate frogs, a note that said she had gone to Narcissa's for tea as suggested, and a photograph of herself sitting on the back step of Malfoy Manor in jeans, with a faintly mutinous expression and a handful of mud from the garden. Draco pinned it to his mirror. That evening, Ginny Weasley fled through to Grimmauld unannounced, with a jar of blackcurrant jam under one arm and a newspaper clipping under the other, and seated herself at the kitchen table opposite Draco and announced, "I have come to teach you to play wizarding chess. Fred and George have bet me 4 sickles I can't. I know how to play chess. Ronald says you don't, actually. Ronald is, also my brother. Set up the board, Malfoy." He set up the board. She beat him in 9 minutes. She beat him a second time in 11 minutes. On the 3rd attempt, after much coaching, he forced a stalemate. Ginny, satisfied, declared that he would do. She took her 4 sickles off Fred by owl that night, sent Draco half, and told him he was now in her debt. Draco, who had by that point given up any pretense of not liking Ginny Weasley, paid cheerfully. 6 days into the summer, Sirius announced that they were all, the full household, going to the seaside. Kreacher was furious about this until Andromeda explained to him that seaside towns had very good fish, at which Kreacher reversed himself entirely and began, in his odd way, to pack. Hermione bought a hat. Harry bought a hat. Draco, protesting, was put in a hat. They went. They went to a small town in Cornwall where Sirius had stayed once as a small boy and where, he said, nothing had ever happened to anybody. They were wrong about this. 1,000 small things happened to them over 2 weeks, 1,000 small good things. Draco swam in the sea for the first time in his life and emerged so astonished that he did not speak for an hour. Hermione read 3 books on the beach and refused, crossly, to tell anyone what they were about on the grounds that she would spoil them. Harry flew his broom low over the tide at 3 in the morning because Sirius had dared him. Ron and Ginny came down for a weekend. And ate so many pasties that Arthur had to extend their holiday an extra day. Neville came down for 3 days with his grandmother, who turned out to be Augusta Longbottom and to be entirely delightful once she was out of her hat. Pansy came down, once, with Narcissa, and spent an afternoon sitting on the promenade with Hermione and learning, of all things, to play gin rummy. And on the last night of the holiday, with the children asleep in a row on cots in a rented cottage, Sirius sat on the steps of the cottage under a huge slow-moving Cornish sky and leaned his head on Remus's shoulder, and said, "Moony. Pads. We're all right. We are. It's going to get worse. It is. But not tonight. Not tonight." Remus took his hand. They sat for a long time. Inside, a little girl with a ginger cat on her chest dreamed about the sea. A little boy with a lightning bolt scar dreamed, for the first time in his life, of nothing at all. A boy who was learning to be brave dreamed of his mother. A small brown rat named Horace dreamed a rat's small happy dreams. A house elf in a yellow smock dreamed of the fishmongers. A dog slept at the foot of the stairs. And outside, somewhere in the dark, small in Albania and smaller still at an unreachable point on the map, what was left of Lord Voldemort waited. He waited. He had time. Everyone had time. But so did the family in the cottage. So did the girl with the books. So did the boy with the scar. So did the elf, and the werewolf, and the Auror cousin, and the stubborn Ravenclaw mother, and the stubborn Slytherin mother, and the red-haired hundreds of them, and the mended cousin, and the dog, and the man on the steps with his head on his best friend's shoulder, counting his remaining summer nights. On the last morning of the holiday, Hermione stood at the edge of the water with her feet in the cold wash of a Cornish wave, and looked out at a grey sea at low tide, and said, quietly, to no one but herself and the sea, "Thank you." She did not say what for. She did not need to. The sea said nothing back, as seas mostly don't, but the sea heard her. They had time, all of them. They had time, and they had each other, and they had a house and a garden and a sea, and that, it turned out, when you added it all up, was enough to make a war with. And when it came back, Tom, or whatever he was calling himself then, they would be ready. They would be ready together. And back at Grimmauld, when they returned, for of course they did, all of them, Blacks and Potters and Grangers and Lupins and Tonkses and Malfoys and Weasleys and one unlikely house elf in a yellow smock, the house would be waiting, lamps lit, kettle on, ready to hold them all again for another long strange year. Which, as first years went, Harry Potter thought, turning over on his pillow in the rented Cornish cottage with his sister asleep across the room and his cousin asleep below the window, had not been at all a bad first year. Not at all. And he slept. Chapter 6 End.